Can I be your superhero? It's the first time of today. To dream, believe. You are the strength, you're all I need. Oh, gonna give it a shot. Only one of me to shield you all from the enemy. You're a superhero.
Rise up from the ashes, wings on my back, stay lit like a matchstick. We ain't coming back, I swear. Just let go and see what happens. Gotta let go to see the magic happen. They got us a quick change, so we like them in phase. I'll just buy a new watch, time to make my wrist ring. The zero gravity keeps elevating me.
Hi guys. Hello everybody. Welcome back to Samsung Odyssey Masters Season 2. That's right. And what do we have today? Finals.
We have day one of the finals. Meet us. Yes. Now, not only the day one, we actually have 8 teams from the qualifications will face off our 8 invited teams finally in the day one.
Should we let them know which the teams are?
Absolutely.
So from the qualifications, which I believe all of you have watched, right? We'll just say you probably watched all the qualifications because they were more than exciting. So we have from Group A, that was Snip Team and Cryptova. From Group B, we have Tattoo Honeys and Stuckers. From Group C, we have Beer Fellas, who are ex Gifted You Rage. And we have Bespadaku Hop. And from Relegations Group, we have Fade and, of course, Fade Gaming and, of course, Team Diamond. And who will they face in the final?
They will face the 8 elite guys. Of course, one of them being our winner from the season 1, which is the Entropique. And then we have Polish Power, The Boys, Vikurvi, Heat Esports, Grind More, M-Force, and Hall of Game. And of course, you guys write down in the chat, who do you think will win? I'm not going to ask you the same question because no jinx policy is still active.
Yeah.
But what can we expect in the finals day one?
I think we're gonna expect, I think we're gonna see, I expect there's gonna be lots of action. And I think that's what we're gonna see. We're gonna see some really, really good plays. We have some really skilled players here. If you guys are acquainted with any of the teams, which I think you probably are, and we will just see a lot of skill, really skilled players, really great games, nice rotations, great teamwork. We will see all of that, I believe, today. And also, we have 6 games today.
Yes, we have 1 game more. Do you think Entropique can take game title number 2?
Ooh, I must say, Team Entropic is really great. And there is a high possibility. We will see. We will see today, which is day number 1. Today, just how everybody is breathing, you know, and how everything's going. And yeah, I believe they will put on a show, but it's still all, you know, in the air. I can't say anything for sure, but definitely some really great teams, and it'll be really nice to see how they all work against each other.
Yeah, we really want to see that. We want those Group C moments today and tomorrow. So please channel that Group C inside of you. And of course, you guys head out to our official Samsung Odyssey Masters.com website to get all the information about the stream results and plenty of giveaways. We have so much giveaways incoming your way, but this is the finals. So we have a tiny surprise for you. We actually have 1 more giveaway for you, and this one is for Twitch exclusive. So if you have a Twitch account, go down to the chat, write down ! Samsung Odyssey, and you're automatically in the pool to win G2A voucher. Just do it once, you guys. Do not spam it. Nothing will happen if you do it
You're
plenty
not
of
gonna
times.
get more more entries.
No,
so you
I'm
only
so
have
sorry.
1. Yeah, sorry, you only have 1, and that's it.
I'm so sorry. So do
And
it
you get
once.
a voucher.
You get a G2A voucher, and we will have a bot pick out randomly one of the winners. What are the other giveaways, Amy?
The other giveaways, as you guys already know, we also have from Samsung Odyssey. It's also a €50 G2A voucher. So every single stream so far, we had 2 questions per each stream, and one of them would be from Tetka, and one of them would be from myself. And you would be you have to answer really quickly in the chat. Be the first one to answer correctly, and you'll win the voucher. Then what else do we have? Also, we have some nice codes that show up on the stream, so only during the matches. So the questions is when Tetka and I are here and around between the games, but during the matches, there will be a certain code. It will show up somewhere on the stream. You catch the code, you be the first one to redeem it, and you get some PUBG in-game goodies.
Yes, plenty more incoming.
another one.
And
Another
we're not
one.
done.
The giveaways never stop with us, to be honest. We have also PaySafe Card Pick'em, right? So for PaySafe Card Pick'em, here you gotta be a little bit more, how do I say? You gotta calculate a little bit more, right? So
And not be a jinx, for example, if you
Yeah.
want to win.
exactly. So you go on to Samsung Odyssey Masters. .com and you put in your picks. So you put in who you think is going to win, and 10 winners will be drawn each day, so today and tomorrow, and you win a €50 PaySafe card voucher, which is really nice. But also we have
Also,
yeah, you know what else is really exciting today?
I know
MVP
for the
award.
Yes, I wanted to say for the MVPs, this time in the finals, day 1 and day 2, they will get not €100, but €500. And we discussed this before the show. Like, can you imagine getting MVP 2 days in a row?
It's like you won the tournament.
€1. That's it. That is it. And of course, before we start, we want to say thank you to Samsung Odyssey for creating this amazing tournament. And of course, thank you to our partners, PaySafeCard and Visual S. Amy, are we ready for game number 1?
I think we are ready. We're all fired up, ready to go. But first, we're going to see some highlights from the previous streams, from the previous matches. We're going to see some of the best moments. So here goes a little montage. And then after that, we're going to Sansan and Chunks for game number 1. See you guys.
Ends up flushing out his own teammate there, not able to get the kill, but does a lot of damage. Shot though from Boynius, all the players, but no, not peeking the doorway yet. Yes, they do. Kitsko goes down, followed by Woes.
Pushing for the nade.
Oh, this could be huge. It's beautifully done. Cap, specifically someone like Nixie right now, does get knocked. It's going to be the end of it for them, or maybe not. Nixie's the only one doing the knocking here, making kills. They're 2 birds with 1 stone right there. The stuff peeks out again. Horing goes down. It leaves only 1 player left up. It's going to be Abadabra as Maroon peeks up over the top and fades.
Third chicken in a row, because I don't see how Team GG is going to recuperate from these 2 knocks.
Nade is right on the feet. Oh!
Well, you saw it there. That is our top 16 teams here in the grand final. My name is Chunks, joined once again by the one and only Sanson. And it's been a long road for a lot of these teams, but for others, it's going to be the first game coming up in a minute.
Yeah, definitely. 8 teams got direct invitation to the finals, and it's going to be interesting to see how well are they going to play, because they did not have previous form-up, at least not on this tournament, while you're right, some of these teams have been playing for quite a while.
Yeah, a lot of squads been around a while. Let's take a look over at the leaderboards and see which teams are actually going to be taking part tonight, because obviously 16 squads, a lot of them being invited. We're going to have some big names. Teams that stick out to me have to be teams like Entropic, Polish Power, M4 squads that have been around for such a long time. So I can't wait to see how they perform, especially with a lot of new logos that we haven't seen before. I know that Polish Power one for me, I think it's a pretty new one.
Yeah, definitely. And as I already mentioned, a couple of these teams, we have seen them in the previous season of Samsung Odyssey, but they haven't been really, at least not from what I know, playing a lot of tournaments in the past years. So, but nonetheless, there are some of the teams that we know, at least I know quite well. I'm talking about Hall of Game. They're all teams from Balkan area, M-Force, Sneap Team, obviously Team Diamond. They have been performing so well in the relegation phase. So I'm expecting a lot from a lot of these teams.
Now, I do have to ask Sanson, maybe you can help me with this, maybe you can't, because I have no idea what team number 2's language it's in. Do you have any idea how to pronounce that one? I assume it translates to hot drop or something?
I have no idea because it's Czech. Actually, I know how to pronounce it. Bez padaku hop, but I don't know what the words mean. I think bez means without, but padaku, I have no idea what that means.
I have no idea. Hopefully someone from the chat can help us out, because I'll be keeping an eye out for that one.
Let me hear how you pronounce it. Bez?
Bez.
Padaku?
No, I'm just gonna go with Bez. Just sticking with that.
Or BPH. It's just
Yeah, BPH. Let's go with that sounds like a good team name. Team name BPH. Yeah, we'll go with that one. But also, I mean, look, we got to talk about the teams that made it through qualifiers as well. To be able to get here is really impressive. Obviously, Team Diamond kind of stealing the show in the previous round in relegations.
Yeah, absolutely. They got themselves 4 chicken dinner and definitely deserved continuation into the grand finals. But obviously, we should not forget about Team Snip, which was playing in the Group A as well. They got the biggest amount of points in the qualification phase out of all the teams in all 3 groups. So we should definitely keep an eye on them. And whatever other teams we've seen, obviously Fade Gaming, we should not forget about that. They were in the relegation phase. They were fighting until the very last match to get to the finals, and they did. I want to see how they performed, because it seems like some of these teams, they have gradually started playing better. The longer the tournament went on, the better they performed. So, I feel like they could do a lot tonight.
Yeah, but you only have so much time to do it, and unfortunately, look,
Yeah.
we've got 2 days of games for the finals. A lot of pressure on the line. I think a squad that I think are maybe going to be one of my favorites coming into this have to be Entropic, though. This is a pretty seasoned squad. I think the former Redline roster, as far as I'm aware, if anyone remembers from back in the days. So really well-known names here and a really frag-heavy team. They have to come out of the gate swinging.
Yeah, definitely. I know the boys from Entropic for a long time. They have been playing PUBG since the very early beta phase of the game, and they have been playing together for so long. And this is one of the things that we have been mentioning throughout the whole tournament. The longer you stick together, if you're a team that has skills, if you have individual skills, it's just a matter of time before you start, let's say, owning. And we can definitely say and see how Entropic have been performing in the past couple of months. So definitely team that we should be looking out for in this very finals. But let's not forget about other teams as well. I think everybody's hungry to at least show and for all of us to see. Maybe some of them are new to the in the PUBG community, but they want to put their name out and they want to be recognized. And I mean, this tournament is quite a great gateway to do that.
Yeah, I mean, taking a look over at the teams that are actually taking part, I struggle to think of a team who I haven't at least seen have one good performance in the past, whether it is in the previous round of Samsung Odyssey Masters or whether it is in previous tournaments. So I think that we've got a really stacked lobby tonight, considering the fact that it is only from a limited region, the Odyssey Masters, but being able to bring up such a pedigree of talent is really impressive to see. So I'm excited to see how first game goes this evening. Speaking of which, we are just a couple seconds away. Obviously, a lot on the line for these teams, a lot of pressure coming into this. How are you wanting teams to start things off? Because we're only a couple seconds away from game 1.
Well, I just hope everybody's gonna just be calm and collected, because only 2 days, it's not too many games. And we've seen on other tournaments as well how often it all boils down to only a 1 match. So without further ado, we're hopping into our first Erangel of the grand finals. Good luck to all the teams, and what else to say but to maybe hope that Kovo gives us an amazing angle for us.
I mean, he's already done it. What was that? Through the warehouse? He's really stepped it up in the finals. I mean, we were talking about how, all of the teams need to step it up in the finals, but Kovo is doing it, maybe going above and beyond right here. He's on another level, that man.
Yeah, absolutely. And I'm pretty sure that he put the eye drops from our dear sponsor, Visual S. So, he got all those angles crystal clear before he was testing all the angles and everything. And, after a couple of drops, he just seen the amazing angles that he could get. And this is what he has to offer for us. So a special thanks to Kovo, obviously, our amazing observer. And let's just see how our first game is going to go with this, relatively easy, normal plane. But maybe we can then expect a little bit crazy circle.
Yeah, it's going to be an interesting one to see what we get out of drops here. It doesn't look like we're really going to be getting too many hot drops early on. Teams are going to be a little bit close, though, so you maybe want to be a bit wary on that front. But it looks like most teams are going to be okay. I think M-Force should maybe be a little bit cautious with Entropic and, I believe, another team landing off to their west as well. So Kleiderman is just going to pull away. Dogs has got himself into a vehicle, and I don't think they have to worry too much right now.
Yeah, they were trying to going for the same car, but it seems like Entropic got a better hold of it. And speaking about a little bit crazy rotations of the circle, I feel like we've seen this circle in the first match of the relegation phase as well, north of the north part. Am I mistaken, Shanks?
I mean, it's definitely becoming a more common circle recently, but it looks like none of these teams really actually prepared for it, because look how far down to the south they all are. There's only,
Yeah.
what, 3 teams inside zone? And that's
Barely.
maybe a stretch that they're inside zone. I wouldn't even say that they're in right now. They're over on edge.
Yeah, definitely. I'm actually surprised that none of the team jumped into Severny, considering the route of the plane. But I mean, as you said, these teams maybe seen each other playing in other groups in the qualification phase or the relegation, but this is the very first match for these teams in this particular lobby. So obviously in the first match we can see some maybe weird jumps in the first game before teams realized where is everyone jumping. So that's why Severny somehow got empty. Usually we see at least one team there, but and with this crazy rotation, with this crazy circle, so many teams are going to have to rotate. You mentioned a couple of teams were in the zone, but they're just on the bottom side of that zone. I'm talking about team in Rozhok, team looting school and apartments, team looting the water city. So the only team that actually has a proper access to the zone is team Entropic, which is looting Yasnaya, and we can already see Lukaruks going towards the zone, as well as the team from the left side, north side of Georgia. Interesting abbreviation, PP. Okay, I'm just gonna say it. It is what it is. So PP has also a decent rotation for themselves. Everybody else is gonna have to. They're gonna have to think about their rotations because they're so far behind.
Yeah, I mean, Polish Power are going to have a really good rotate in from that western side. They have a lot of space to work with, but they also took quite a while to actually get into their drop spot. And I do wonder now, do they try and get aggressive off the bat? Is that how they want to play this? Or do they maybe want to slow things down? I think that's going to be interesting. Obviously, Entropic also with a really good opening to be able to make it into zone. And you could say the same about teams like M-Force down here, obviously making a very early rotate through. But I am a little bit concerned about this one, as I thought for a second Kleineman had disconnected, but it looks like we're going to be all right. I was concerned that maybe they were going to get held out from crossing over that bridge, but it looks like they've just wrapped a little bit further up to the east instead, and they've sent Kleineman out first.
Yeah, M-Force, an amazing team. I had opportunity to cast just recently the other tournament. They have great individual skill, great power, and in the previous tournaments that I've watched, they did not have amazing first performances. So it's going to be interesting to see if they're going to open up this tournament with a good one. Obviously, Kleineman already deeper in the zone. He's scouted for his team where they're going to go, and it's a very common place for them to play the gas station and that yellow isolated house on the south of it, on the top of the hill. So it's going to be interesting to see if they're going to try and grab that to just, try to anticipate maybe with little split, try to anticipate maybe the zone and grab themselves a decent position. Obviously, a lot of other teams have to do such a crazy rotation. Team Tatuhan is all the way down in Milta Power. Obviously, they're going to rotate through the highway on the east, so they're going to probably enter the zone above Stalbert. That's at least what we can expect from them. Kryptova as well, same rotation. Team Diamond already in the same rotation as them, and a couple of more teams all the way on the bottom. We've seen Fade previously looting Fairy Pier. They have a long way to go as well. And it seems like teams that are rotating from the east are going to have a little bit easier rotation than the teams rotating from the west. I might be wrong, though. If teams leave Georgepool relatively soon, then teams on the west side as well are going to kind of be able to wrap around into the zone all the way from the top west side.
Yeah, I think maybe teams underestimating the fact that, that northern side is actually going to be free. I think most squads will have assumed that Severny will have been taken by one, if not two teams. So it's interesting to see how these teams end up adapting. And I'd almost think that maybe the teams that end up going out earlier, that have time to go back and watch the VOD, are going to be the ones who are like, oh, Severny's free, let's go and grab it. Maybe we'll have a bit of a better game. So I think that'll be an interesting one to keep an eye out for. Beer Fellas, though, they hear the vehicles from the boys as Kilyakai pulls up with that Mini 14. Spots Verzik out in the open, not able to convert it to the knock just yet, though. So unfortunately, a good position, but nothing coming of it.
Yeah, 4x. Maybe if he had a little bit bigger scope on that distance, but yeah, he didn't manage to connect anything yet. He was scoping towards the double house there, if to see if there's a team there already. They're playing a little bit of a split, so it's going to be interesting to see if they are relatively close to Team Entropic as well. It seems like they're looking towards the same direction as well. But for now, it's like 200-meter apart. So with the ridges, they don't have to necessarily fight, but it's going to be interesting to see if they will. Meanwhile, Mika here passing the gas station, and yeah, he's going to just park the car here. They decided to take gas station. Decent compound, definitely. But the problem with the gas station is if the zone rotates away from it, if you lose your vehicles, you have a tough one to go out from there.
Yeah, it's not going to be an easy one. I think the saving grace for the gas station compound is the fact that you have these big walls. Sure, it can be a little bit hard to protect the tires, but the majority of the time, teams will actually get out of there relatively okay. So we'll see. It depends on, who's going to be crashing them, who wants to get aggressive onto it, what kind of angles they're going to have. But I think for now, the boys shouldn't have to worry. They have already lost 2 tires, though. Maybe not realizing Entropic were out to the east.
Yeah, Entropic has a decent angle towards them, and as well, it's important to notice. I mean, gas station, good place to be at if you play a little bit more passive, and maybe some of these teams they like to get into the tournament. Into the tournament a little bit more passive, maybe just try to get into the last phase of the match to get that feeling of getting to warm up, and so they're not going to be able to accumulate too many kills from this position. But I mean, at least if the zone keeps on closing on them, they have a good chance to get into the later game.
Yeah, it's because of how open it is, very few teams will be around, meaning that very few teams are able to shoot at you, and then having the knock-on effect of very little damage and very few knocks will actually be conceded. So it will work out pretty well for those teams up on the north, even if we don't get a super northern zone, which honestly I'm kind of expecting just because of how the zones have been pulling recently, especially over here on the esports server. It feels like in other tournaments, even in previous rounds of Odyssey Masters, they have been pulling hard up to the north and leaving a lot of water in the late game.
Yeah, definitely. We have seen a lot of ending zones, left of Severny, and all that areas. I mean, it's really exciting to cast, definitely. But for the teams, when the zones shift away so hard, it's kind of I mean, obviously, when you get into the later phase of the match, there's always not too many playable areas, right? But in this particular one, it can be very interesting to see because some zones, some areas and positions are so premium that if you manage to grab that area for yourself earlier we can even just think about earlier in the phase, we can already determine, this team has super high potential to get the chicken dinner just according to the positioning.
Yeah, and getting yourself that good position early can be a blessing and a curse, isn't it? It's always balancing that risk of, okay, we got ourselves a good position, but who's to say 5 other teams aren't going to go for this position? I think that's kind of what we're starting to see over on the east, where we got Tattoo Honeys and Team Diamond both in very close proximity, trading a couple shots, but nothing coming of it. And I don't think it will just because of how this zone is pulled. I think Tattoo Honeys are going to be really happy up on that eastern ridge and the rocks they have to work with.
Yeah, definitely. Tattoo Honeys took that rotation that we spoke about earlier all the way from the eastern side, and now they're sitting in a really, really good position for themselves since the circle decided to shift a little bit on the right side. We have seen a couple of circles on the left of Severny, but this is going to be an interesting one to cast, definitely. And we already have a lot of teams from the south rotating. Now just Fade and BPH trying to cross the bridge next to Rozhok. Meanwhile, a Polish Power, Marcelek, is trying to get some shots done towards Team Enforce. Enforce rather split, if I'm not mistaken. Yes, 2 guys in Severny and 2 guys in the compound on the crossing south of Severny. But I feel like they're gonna have to get together sometime soon.
Yeah, it feels like they are going to come head-to-head, especially as now M4 starts to throw over some pretty dangerous nades, especially if you're in a position like Norcus, where all it takes is one bad bounce and you're in trouble. With the rest of the squad, it isn't as much of a concern. I will say, though, down on the south, I'd be very concerned if I was Fade right now. Marunix is just down below the bridge as BPH pull over the top. The rest of the squad are taking shots, and I don't think they're fully aware of this player, but it's still such a risky one to have a player off as a solo here. You got to try and get him back up, but that's easier said than done.
Yeah, definitely. And at this moment, I wouldn't be surprised if Team Fade decides to leave this bridge altogether and rotate all the way on the east side around Yasnaya, because they're not sure where they can cross. And I mean, they have to cross the river somehow or just avoid it altogether. Meanwhile, BPH staying without one player. Maronix here managed to surprise one of the players from BPH. Well, it's actually interesting thing because Maronix was on less than half HP before, so somehow BPH lost their concentration and maybe even forgot about this player under the bridge.
My only thought is that maybe he took some fall damage when he pulled up onto the bridge. I'm not 100% certain. That's the only thing I can think, but you've got to think, if you know there's a solo under the bridge, you focus him, you do anything but let him get the knock. So really unfortunate there, as now Heat going to be making their rotate through. They're not going to make it easy for these squads easier, but I'd maybe expect this team just to pull up on the ridge and scout out a little rather than going all the way over and trying to get involved or maybe even crash a compound.
Sneak here, having a decent position for themselves. 3-story. They are on the edge of the zone, but they have options as well, since one of their players is deeper in the zone on the gas station. Nixie's going to try to climb the roof. Nixie, one of our MVPs earlier in the earlier stage of the competition, if I'm not mistaken. We expect a lot from him. Nixie, definitely one of the best players Balkan has. Meanwhile, his teammate Zeko, his captain, got knocked, and it's going to be interesting to see. I think it was from far away, so they're going to be able to pull the rest off. But however, it's never a pleasant feeling when one of your players gets the first knock.
Absolutely not. I can confirm as well, all right? Baz Padaku Hop. Yeah, we know that team. Turns out they're called Jump Without Parachute. So that's a little bit of interesting fact. Thank you to Trafiq for hitting me up with that one. But now, I heard your reaction. I saw the zone. It's going all the way up to the north. This is a brutal one. This just gives me bad vibes right here. And do the same for any Sonics fan. You know the clip that I'm talking about. Let's see, though, as everyone starts to rotate through, Beer Fellas are going to be more than happy with position. Stuckers looking like they actually want to move into the gas station that was previously taken. Cryptova opting to go for a dip instead. And, well, Stuckers could cause some major problems if it wasn't for that wall. They want to get involved onto Cryptova. They're going to have to expose themselves to Entropic first, which means that Cryptova, with a bit of good util usage, could very likely make a crash onto this.
Absolutely, they definitely can, but let's not forget about the fact that there are still 16 teams alive, 62 players up and running, so no one wants to fight. This is still super early considering how many players are alive. Meanwhile, Team Diamond found themselves a decent position to work from. I mean, it's not the most offensive position, but still they can get out of that particular part of the map alive if they're gonna have to need to rotate. Meanwhile, BPH, they're trying to find a little spot for themselves to be at. So many teams, Shanks, and so little playable area. Look at the Severny. There's 3 teams basically in Severny, a couple of teams in the middle of the map, and we already know this edge where we previously had Team Tattoo Honeys. They were the only ones basically on top of the mountain, just below Stalber. Right now, they have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 teams around them, plus Fade rotating behind their backs in the Toxic.
See, as Tattoo Honeys, Michael was able to get himself a rotation knock. Hall of Game Stealthy going to be able to do exactly the same. Opens up onto free kill, but unfortunately runs out of ammo at the worst possible time. His teammate from behind, though, opens up and will eliminate free kill, but Grodrilla is going to be out of it now, as Karks and Vasku, the 2 remaining players from their squad, quite a distance to try and close to remain in it. Vasku going to hop up over the top. Nice fire actually coming down onto Mabu, but it's not going to be enough to convert it into a knock as well. The Curvy now with 2 players left up in a bit of a tricky position, looking like they want to back off of this, which should allow Whole of Game to get themselves the knock.
Yeah, definitely tricky position for them because they're surrounded by 3, actually even 4 teams within around 100 meters around of them. So that's what I said earlier about this zone being a little bit unpleasant for all of these teams that were rotating from the very eastern northeastern side. But meanwhile, Duff finds one of the players from Tattoo Honeys. He's gonna maybe even connect to the second one. Tattoo Honeys got eliminated on the 16th position. It wasn't him who finished him off, but Tattoo Honeys are out of this lobby for the first match.
It's a really surprising thing to see there from Tattoo, and he's going down so early, but it's something that we saw in the previous rounds in the qualifiers where they'd have a really iffy day 1, but day 2 they just came out swinging and had a massive one to be able to stack up points off of that.
Yeah. Meanwhile, team VK or Vic, let's call them Vic.
Kirby, I think it is.
Yeah, Vic Kirby. It's a little bit. On my language, it sounds a little bit weird. So let's just call them Vic. They are on a 2-man up and running. They managed to stay on the very edge of the zone. However, phase 4 going in 10 seconds. They're going to have to rotate from here. And, I mean, they're going to have a tough one. Team Diamond just below, looking towards them, definitely. So, Vicky's going to have a really hard time getting into the zone. Not a lot of playable area. I don't think they even have vehicles left, so it's going to be a super tough one for them. Meanwhile, Team Polish Power still in the dip where they were previously fighting M-Force. I thought it's going to be a early fight there. However, Team M-Force just rotated in the city and stayed a little bit more passive. Obviously, it's if you throw frags, if you throw utility towards that dip, you can do something. But with so many people alive, with so many players still up in the lobby, they just didn't want to risk it, and they played a little bit more passive. But now they're gonna have to go towards the zone, so it's gonna be also interesting to see where they're going to position themselves. Because if we watch at the map, it's a tough one for so many teams, including Fade here.
Yeah, Fade really getting held out on the rotators. Maroonix goes down. It'll leave Clemson falling. Also, Duff is the solo. I mean, 4 kills for Fade right now. It's not a bad game by any stretch, but going out in this placement really isn't ideal for a squad like that. So not the way that they wanted to start things off, but you know what? I'm sure they'll be able to redeem themselves in the later games. And Tropic also conceded a knock, but are going to be in a pretty good position to try and get the res if they decide to pick him up, which it doesn't look like they're going to do. It looks like Lukaruk's just going to bleed out to zone right now in what I personally see is quite an unnecessary position. There might be something I missed there, but that's not great.
Yeah, it's tough. They heard the fight earlier on, and they decided to third party. It's what the team Entropic is great at, and obviously sometimes things go wrong and you don't you just sometimes lose the players, right? But I mean, they put a couple of points in their pockets, so they lost 1 player, and now they have some of the playable area as well, so we're gonna see how that's gonna work out for them. Meanwhile, Polish Power here trying to stop M-Force, and it seems like it's going well. Marcelek found Ace, and he's going to find Dogzer as well. What a great play from them. They eliminated team on the 12th position, but now they found themselves in a little bit of trouble themselves.
Polish Power flexing their power right there. Big damage coming through, but now they're being held out of zone. They're also going to be conceding quite a bit of damage to go alongside it, trying to get themselves the res off as Snip now try to get involved on towards Team Heat. The frag grenades are going to be coming down. That one lands extremely close, but they've not used any mollies, which, I mean, pushing these warehouses, that's where we see mollies really successful. Fortunately, this time, though, they're just not going to connect as the rest of Snip need to close up and basically set up a red zone in this building.
Yeah, Snip is trying to eliminate the team in the hangar. Obviously, they're not fighting for the hangar position because the zone is going to move, but they need to get rid of the team hit inside of the hangar if they want to rotate somewhere to the zone. Probably gonna stay on top of the hill, whichever team manages to get out of here alive. However, the zone is pushing them. Phase 5 now. Whoever gets a little bit bigger damage, or not even to mention knocks, they're going to be eliminated in this phase because this zone is hurting a lot. Zeko is trying to find some of the players, but the team is now smoked out in the hangars, and it's a good play. Offensive smokes are really good plays sometimes. However, the time is ticking for both of these teams.
Zeko still just holding back as Sinister throws in a Molotov, but they're only on the edge. I feel like if you know there's players pinned down in this warehouse, you just have to surround the warehouse basically and throw down mollies from every single angle, trying to get them into the middle, but unfortunately just not happening. Polish Power have been able to get out of that initial dip, but now have yet another one to try and make a push through. Really not ideal for them as Sinister just waiting. Nixie going to be able to open up the initial knock, so not a bad way to start, but now they need to carry on that way, and unfortunately not going to have that success as Ribbons is able to find himself a knock and takes down Zico. He's still taking damage, and the second frag comes through. Nixie finishes off Fragger, and well, it's all down to Ribbons. Some more needs are coming through.
Yeah, Team Hit in a little bit of a trouble right now, and Snip as well is going to have to be a little bit careful, because Team Polish Power could potentially third-party them from all the way below the ridge, and meanwhile, there's so many things happening on the kill feed. Some of the players are getting knocked. Nixie got knocked by one of the players from Hit. They got eliminated on the 11th position, but I don't think the Snip team is going to make it either. Yes, Snip eliminated on the 10th position as well. What a tough fight to just end outside of the points needed for the placements.
The Curvy do go down out in 9th position. That leaves 8 teams remaining. Brick's not going to be in it for much longer, though, as the vehicle explosion will be there to finish off the job. Ivers with a nice little tap fire with that M4 to take down BenQ, but it's not going to be enough to get the kill, as QBE is there to finish off the job. And Tropic now sweeping in from the east, as I forget which team it was that was in those gas station compounds earlier, but they actually rotated out. Yeah, it was Polish Power, wasn't it? And now Stuckers are just dead center. They are more than happy that Polish Power rotated out of there, I'm sure.
Yeah, I think it was rather a team TB, if I'm not mistaken, that was in the gas station. I remember the color of the team, but I might be mistaken as well. Either way, great positioning for Stalkers right now. Their gas station was free. Also, Kryptova, they haven't been doing too much out of that little dip just south of the gas station, but right now they have premium positions. These two teams, everybody else are going to have to rotate, and we are seeing a rotation. Team Beer is rotating towards Entropic, but we have yet another fight here. Polish Power is trying to stop Team TB, and they succeeded. They got one player. Polish Power also now sitting in the vehicles. They have to find their way into the zone. The playable area is so small, I don't even know at this point where they can position themselves.
It's going to be a tricky one as Beerfellas now start to move down the ridge a little bit further. Nailab able to spot out one. Nice mini shots, but he's spotted out himself. Unfortunately, can't convert it into any knocks, though. QB is still waiting, though, and, well, it works out for him. He spots out the player. Nice headshots onto Tommy Gun. That's going to be a knock. Leaves only one left up here from Beerfellas, and, well, he's just getting pinned down. Berzik able to find the trade onto Cappy, but I don't think it's going to be enough, as in the end, the boys fall, and Tropic remains standing. So do Beerfellas. The smoke is the only form of cover he's working with, but somehow it's working out, and Entropic have been forced back off of this.
Yeah, there's so many smokes right now on the floor, and Verzik here can find his little part of the piece, at least for the next couple of seconds. Veki here going back to Verzik, as they're gonna have to push Team Polish Power. They have no other options but to try and do that. Verzik, meanwhile, got knocked. We're just left with Veki, who's gonna try to make some difference from his team. He finds one shot, but he is unable to connect any of those. Beerfellas eliminated on the 6th position, and we're looking now for the last final 5 teams in this lobby. Team GM trying to rotate to the safe, but Kryptova hears that they're gonna try to stop this.
Grindmore moving up. They've got a rock and a vehicle for cover, but Senix has been spotted out from behind, which may end up causing them a bit of a problem here for Kryptova, and Grindmore could definitely start to punish. Molotovs also going to be coming through as they do connect. They find themselves a knock. Will they find another, though, as Russi still just waiting in here. Grindmore getting spotted out. QB's there to get himself the opening knock. That's 2 players now having fallen from Grindmore. Really not ideal, and, well, they're not going to get the revive this time.
Yeah, it's a tough positioning as well for the team. Kryptova, they are in the middle of the zone. However, when you get sandwiched by so many teams, you have nothing else to do than to just play prone, play passive, because you're gonna, no matter the premium position, you're gonna get punished for overpeaking that a little bit. Polish Power here, 8 kills already. A really nice start of the day for them, but it seems like they want more. They're sitting on the edge of the zone, all the way on the south side. However, they're gonna have to move soon, and they're gonna be spotted by multiple teams when they try to do that. But probably, in my opinion, they're probably gonna crash Kryptova. As I'm watching this, it seems like they're sending the car a little bit below to have some extra cover. Meanwhile, they have to be careful about Entropic on the right side, but as well, Team GM is looking their way, and it's a tough one. They have the longest route to the rotation, and when you start turning on your vehicles, everybody's eyes are turned towards you.
Yeah, it's that Sam Q, isn't it? Really nicely done from Norcus, though, to be able to pick up those frags and remain in it for Polish Power. That's something that is really easier said than done. So he was able to do it. Nicely done. Grindmore, though, they have a real struggle to get into zone right now. Kryptova's still down the ridge, could absolutely cause some problems, but instead it's actually going to be Polish Power that find the opening. Not Blue going to be going down, as now Cappy tries to open up some fire of his own. Chris spotted out, but he's still got that vehicle for cover, and it doesn't look like Polish Power are able to make anything out of it yet.
Yeah, it's a tough angle as well, and let's not forget they're being watched from another side. Chris here trying to run along with his vehicle, but I'm not sure, was this a mistake, or did he want to do that? We lost a GM on the 5th position, but right now, let's see what's going on with the Polish Power. They have 2 players left, but Team Entropic is seeing all those smokes, and they want a couple of more kills for themselves. 11 so far. QB and Niloop are doing a lot of damage right now.
Now, the rotation coming out with the vehicles. Can they make everything happen? Yes, they can. Cappy going to be able to finish off the job. It's actually not Entropic to find that one, as Cappy ends up falling in return. QB is there to shut things down. Polish Power out in 3rd, but that leaves only 2 teams left up. Entropic as a duo, and Stuckers just dead fast in the compound. All it's going to take is one of those Stuckers players to maybe move back a little in the zone to go up in their direction, but it just doesn't happen in the way that Entropic would have hoped. Now Stuckers can basically lay low and not worry too much. They've got hard cover. They send Mixu out to the side, but I don't think they're going to really be too concerned about him doing anything right now, as he will instead start to move back, using that smoke wall for cover. And Two Head, well, he's up on high and feeling good about himself.
Yeah, they have an amazing position for themselves, and even though they managed to grab only 3 kills in this lobby and potentially 2 more from Entropic, Entropic did so much more with those 12 kills already. So even if they get killed, even if we lose them on the 2nd position in this first match, they yoinked a lot of points after the first game. Obviously, it's going to be a tough one, but Entropic, I mean, these players, we all know their fragging capabilities, so it only takes 1 knock for them to be 2 versus 2. However, it all boils down to the amount of utility Entropic has to cover their way into the safe with the smoke wall.
Squeaky so close there to hitting the shot onto the prone player, but it just doesn't work out the way he maybe would have hoped. Mixu's still there, and in comes the send from Entropic. The rotation coming through, but the shot's not able to land there from the player. Now Squeaky opens up on his own, but he's being third-party. Nail up there with the overreach. QB's dropped down prone. He's down to low HP. All it's going to take is a frag grenade to land even close to him, and he's going to be out of the fight, as now Nail up tries to get involved. It's too late for QB, as Mixu's there to land the Molotov. It's a 1 versus 3, and the fire is down onto Nailip. He has to get the heal, but Mixu is swinging around the side. 1-2 bullets, and it's all over. Stuckers laying low in the gas station, getting themselves that chicken dinner with a couple kills to go alongside it.
Absolutely, Stuckers with a great positioning, but this chicken partially goes to the team also that rotated away from the gas station earlier on, so a little bit of luck for Stuckers here as well, but nonetheless, great first chicken dinner for them. 15 points in the pocket, they can be satisfied with that, but also let's not forget about Entropic, who have been fragging their mind out in this first game. They can also be really satisfied with their performance in the first match.
Yeah, really excited to see how the leaderboard ends up unfolding, because that was such an impressive game. We had 2 types of teams. We had the teams that laid low and played till the end game, and the teams that just went out swinging and weren't afraid to take a bunch of fights. So really impressive to see. Look, that's it for game number 1. It's going to be an interesting set of games tonight. We're going to take a very short break, but before we do, let's go back to the studio.
What a game.
What a
Amy,
game.
What happened?
Match number 1, day
Yes.
number 1 of freaking finals. Guys, that was, I mean, I have no words. Let me first recollect myself.
Agreed.
So let's actually go on with the giveaway. All right, but I have to settle all these thoughts in my head, process these. So as you guys know, every single stream for you, we have a giveaway. But
Yes.
it's a giveaway question.
Yes, and Amy's gonna read you the question, you guys, so listen carefully. And you have to be like extremely quick, knowing you guys, you're the quickest guys on the planet. And write down the answer in the chat. And of course, you will get the €50 G2A voucher.
What
Do
is
you
the,
have?
what is the question? I forgot. I think I forgot. Wait. Yeah. Good. I think I've actually written it here. Just kidding. I was empty. All right. So the Samsung Odyssey question for today is everybody make sure you write it correctly though.
Yes.
So the first person who writes the answer correctly wins €50 G2A voucher. So, what teams have won the relegation group? So, what 2 teams have advanced from the relegations group to the finals? Name them right now in the chat, and good luck.
Good luck and congratulations. I think it's already done.
You think so?
Yes, this is way too easy. way
It is.
too
It is.
easy.
I mean, we just watched them, so
Yeah.
we just saw them.
Nope, we didn't see anyone.
Okay, we didn't see anyone. All right, now for the game. Right, okay, I just want to say our mods will announce the winner in the chat.
Yes.
So if you won, you will know right away.
Yes.
Um,
The game.
what about the game?
I don't know where to start, but
First of all, Stalkers, congratulations.
Yes.
Good job on match number 1 on Erangel. That was quite unexpected. Honestly, I saw the team Entropic doing the same old, gotten a bunch of kills.
and it looks really scary because as I recall, like QBE and Niloop had 5 kills each. At one point, they had like in total 12 kills. Those guys are destroying, but Stalkers did take the win. And what I'm really happy with is to see Stalkers. You remember how they ended the groups? They actually had 2 wins in a row, and they
Yeah.
actually got
Yeah.
at the first or the second
They were
spot.
the Miramar boys.
Yes,
it was
the
really
Miramar
nice
boys.
to see them here, but I believe they played a little bit more low key. But in the end, managed to take out Entropic. But I'm just way too excited to go to game 2,
Yes.
to match number 2. So, guys, here's a little commercial break, and
Leaderboards first.
oh yeah, leaderboards
Yes,
first.
we have to see what happened.
I was like, sorry, I'm too excited. I just want to go and watch the next game.
But oh my God, look at the leaderboards. At the first place, we do have Entropic with 12 kills. We have 12 kills in the game 1. I'm too afraid to see what's gonna happen at the end of the day.
I think they're gonna rock the boat. As I said before we started the matches, they're gonna rock the boat, baby.
Yes, and we have on the second place Polish Power with 11 kills. Also, I think it was Marcelek. Amazing. Congratulations
Marcelek.
right there. Yes, and on third place we have our winners, the Stalkers.
Yeah, Stalkers didn't have a lot of kills. As you can see, only 5 kills, but the chicken dinner's 10 points.
Yep.
So obviously they're here at the top. Let's look at the kills. Of course, Marfelik, as you said, 6
Yes.
freaking kills. As you said, Niloop and the QBE from Entropic as well, number 2 and number 3 spot with 5 kills each. And then we have Marbo from VCorV.
Yes, and let's see the damage dealt. Oh, it's Niloop taking the lead here. And we have Marcelek on the second place, on the third QBE. We do have, I'm gonna say, Nyx from the Snip. And of course, the fifth place, both in damage dealt and kills, is Box Bob.
Well, there it is. And now
We are ready.
let's freaking go to the game. Okay, small commercial break, and then we're back to match number 2 with Sanson and Chunks. See you guys.
lotto. My motto, roll up gelato and throttle a couple models staccato who fucking brought up the bottles. I'm gone ham. This ain't even luck, all planned. Y'all know who the fucks I am. Burning bucks, smoke bands. Always been the MO since the start of this, and now I'm on a mission like I'm Artemis. Hey, we gon' turn the crib into a club like Hennessy and Buddha screaming thug life. Get it, baby, you know I'm the plug, right? Fucking got a feeling that it's gonna be a long night.
You think I would look pretty on your arm once you cover up my bruises and battle scars.
Well, Sanson, game number 1 of the finals is down. An impressive performance. And for me, I got to say, Tropic stole the show, even though they didn't take the game.
Yeah, absolutely. They had so many kills, really nice positioning. The circle was pushing them constantly from the east side. And at some point, we got a little bit afraid for them because there were so many teams pushing from that east side. However, we know the fragging capabilities of them, and they put a lot of points in the pocket, securing the first position after the first match.
Yeah, really impressive all around. I got to say, 18 points in one match without getting the chicken dinner. Really impressive to see. Stuckers, though, got themselves the chicken dinner, but only 5 kills to go with it. That puts them down in 3rd place. I don't think anyone would expect 2 teams to frag out that heavily. They end up overtaking the 1st place team in terms of the points.
Yeah, definitely. Team Polish Power as well managed to do a lot of kills in the process. They were opposed to Team Entropic. They were getting pushed from the west side as well, and they managed to first get rid of the Team M-Force, which was trying to get into the zone from Severny, and from there, that moment on, it just felt like it's going so well for them towards the end of the match.
Yeah, really impressive all around, especially after a zone like that. That southern side felt like it was going to be a lot more brutal than it was, and I was kind of surprised by the fact that there were very few compounds that actually ended up getting crashed. It definitely feels like in other events, or maybe even in later on, if they were just a bit more confident, we would have seen a lot more of those compounds getting crashed. But let's see if we get more compound crashes in game number 2 of the evening. Is Kovo going to surprise us again?
I just hope so. I mean, Koa is keeping on surprising us this whole tournament. So the angles that he has been getting, I'm expecting nothing less in this very match as well. Oh,
I think we've seen this one before.
Hey, Shanks.
I think we've seen this before, Kovo. Maybe it was just a similar one, but I'm suspicious.
It looks amazing, Shanks. Come on, don't spoil all the. No. It looks amazing. Thank you so much, Koa, for yet another cinematic shot. Our second plane of the night going. Relatively nice plane, actually. All of these teams are going to be able to find their rotations. Obviously, maybe teams that go towards George Pool and towards Milt are going to have to stretch a little bit more. Everybody else, more or less, are going to be able to get to their destinations.
Yeah, we'll see how these teams end up faring, whether anyone is actually going to take Severny this time around, whether it's going to end up being free. But for now, it looks like Tattoo Honeys are going to be the ones to make it up there. Look, I did say, all right, that it was probably going to be a team who went out early that realizes Severny is free. I was right, clearly.
Yeah, definitely. Shanks, you're going to, after the shoutcasting tonight, you're going to give me the numbers for playing Gloto as well. So just because your hunch is working really well. Obviously, Tattoo Honeys, they were the team. They were the team that ended up on the 16th position, right? In the first match. So definitely, it was a tough rotation for them. They had to rotate all the way from the south as well. And I mean, of course, after seeing the jumps of the teams in the first match, obviously, when you have city like this empty, there are going to be teams that want to grab that position. This time, however, Team Tattoo Honeys jump on the north, but the circle goes rather south.
Yeah, not ideal for them. I think that's fair to say. Well, that southwestern side really favoring Heat, for instance, now. They're going to probably be posted up at Quarry. Now, this could go one of two ways. It either goes up to the north in phase 2, maybe centers up a bit, goes towards Gatka, something like that. Or we end up getting an absolute hell circle, and it ends up pulling it down to the south and go into Primorsk, and then it just becomes a fight towards Primorsk, maybe south of Quarry for the majority of the game, and very few teams make it through. And I know which one I'm hoping for, but I'm excited to see which one we end up getting.
Yeah, we'll see. We'll see. It's still a long way to go. Obviously, these teams are first gonna have to loot their gear, and a couple of minutes in, we're gonna see where the zone shifts. I assume it's gonna go away from the water. Well, at least in the phase 4, maybe not immediately. So the BPH is they're probably gonna leave Primorsk right after looting. But Team Hit. Quite a huge spread by their players, as well as Team Vic, which are they're playing Gatka split. They're actually looting Gatka split, so it's going to be interesting to see. Are they going to stay separated like this, 1 man per compound? Because obviously in the next zone, some of these compounds are going to end up in the middle of the zone. Meanwhile, double scoping without his car 98 being reloaded. I'm sure he noticed.
Yeah, it's not the end of the world. I mean, he's just scouting for now. If he had to take a shot, I know for a fact he'll definitely realize. But for now, it's not going to be too much of a problem. I think he maybe got an idea that there were players over here, maybe heard the vehicle moving away, so he's going to be backing off to the rest of his team, maybe trying to check out a different position, see what's going on, just get himself a bit of a read on the zone. As phase 1 is going to start moving in about 2 minutes. You wonder when teams are actually going to start rotating now, because this is going to be yet another one of those zones where there's very few strong positions to play and a hell of a lot of weak ones.
Yeah, definitely. But there are much more compounds than there are on the north side. However, some of these compounds are arguably not the best ones to be at. So obviously, those prio / premium positions, how I like to call them, are going to be taken first. We're seeing Team GM already rotating. They're going to take these yellow houses, and partially, I think, the hill across Lil Hill next to the sea. But interesting to see Team Fade, they decided to get a little bit closer together. They were looting Ferry Pier. They got deeper into the zone as well. They were going towards the, how they call it, the Cat Hill. That's on the east side of Quarry. So if the circle goes their way, potentially they're gonna have very strong positions because the Cat Hill is definitely a place to be if the zone continues going that way. Meanwhile, Team BPH decided to go into the Quarry and managed to get one player knocked in the process. I'm not sure were they expecting Team to be here, but Team Hit got themselves a first knock.
Nicely done, but are they going to be able to capitalize off of it? Because BPH are a little bit split right here. They have a Douja all the way up to the north, but they weren't really able to find the knock towards it. Now BPH going to be forced to back off, get in their vehicles and get over to safety, but that teammate being so far off to the side, sure, he's laying prone, camping behind a ridge, but he could very likely get spotted out by Heat here if they end up clearing properly. As BPH, well, it looks like they're actually going to pull into the compound directly below, which is notoriously difficult to get out of.
Yeah, it's a tough one, definitely. Maybe if they get a little bit lucky, if the circles go their way, it can be a decent place to be at. But definitely, if you have to rotate out of it, it's gonna be a little bit difficult. Atlush here, meanwhile, still proning. He's kind of just laying low until Team Hit from above gets a little bit further away. And I mean, obviously, a Quarry is a place which can take in way more team than a one. I sometimes saw even like 4 or 5 teams being up there. So Hit, they're going to have to decide eventually. I mean, right now they're playing such a huge split. And it does seem relatively close, but if they want to help each other, they have to run like over 100 or 200 meters to help. And it's kind of like unlike before, it's way more easy nowadays to crash the Quarry because of the roads that have been added in the update of the Erangel 2.0, I think. So, yeah, it's going to be interesting to see how they do. Meanwhile, Snip, one of the teams that we should definitely look out for, they did not have the great first match, ended up on the 10th position, getting themselves only 3 kills. However, we know that this is the team that qualified from the quali stage with the most points. They were playing superb in the Group A, so we should definitely look out for them.
Yeah, Zeko still here, doing what he can to try and catch those players on rotation. Suppressed M16 as his long range. That's a bit of a throwback right there in terms of the gun setup, but he might have some success with it as he sees beer fellas starting to work around. A bit of fire comes through, but not really going to be enough. High man up above, tries to open with the barrel, but he just can't land it. The 3x onto a vehicle at that kind of angle, it's pretty brutal to hit. Maybe a bit more success with the 4, but as they get behind the tree, it looks like they will be getting over to safety. Hyman, this time around, not going to have too much success.
Yeah, Teams Snip, they're playing a rather huge split right now, also trying to anticipate where the circle is going to go. Obviously, it's a risky play, as we already know, but it's a way to do things, especially in the zones like this, right? But right now, the boys are going to try to take over the sniper tower, or maybe at least getting somewhere close. However, Hyman took... I mean, he just stayed relatively passive. Maybe shot a couple of shots just to let them know, hey, we are here. So obviously, the boys, they can't know exactly whether it's only one player or it's a full squad there. So they decided to play rather safe than to be sorry. Meanwhile, Team Polish Power, they're gonna rotate. It seems like they're going directly towards Team EP, or maybe they're gonna just stop here and first scout.
Yeah, smart play as Norcus pulls up, but it looks like Marslick is pretty much already committed onto this. You've got to be a little bit cautious now as Exvolution goes for the peak. It's going to be Norcus who's actually able to spot him out. Fire comes through, but neither shots from either side landing. Polish Power going to have to hold up on this building, which, I mean, it's not a bad one to hold. You just need to be careful that teams like M-Force up to the north don't sneak up on that ridge over on your northern side and can't come up behind you without you noticing.
Yeah, and I think it's important. It's important to say here while you were talking. I was looking at the map a little bit. It's very interesting. The positioning. Most of these teams are already far in the middle of the circle. Only a team Entropic, which usually in the first zones play very, very passive and usually edge of the circle. This time they're sitting on top of Mount Everest and just are waiting for the next circle, because obviously a lot of these positions here, it's not very much needed that you just crash in the middle, because how many times the next circle closes exactly in the middle of that circle, right? So it's gonna shift at some point, and then I think Entropic, they just play a little bit more passive in this phase, and then what you said earlier, if they feel they need to take over some compound, then they decide to crash and fight for it, because they know it's going to be great position to stay at least for the couple of next zones.
Now the zone going to pop, and well, it's, I think, kind of unfortunately expected for these players. They were expecting it, but hoping it wasn't going to be the case. It pulls fairly southern down towards Quarry. Still, though, it isn't as bad as a Primorsk ending would have been, so it will pull up to the north. Now teams like Heat that are posted up inside Quarry have to be feeling good about their position. Stucker's potentially the same, but they are spotted out on the rotate as they get themselves into a compound. Cryptova now gonna have to try and deal with Heat as they try to push through.
Yeah, definitely. And what I said earlier, Team Heat is now, they're going to have to think about which side of the quarry they want to defend. And we can see already Pronix just sat in the car and decided to go to his teammates, because holding quarry with only 4 men is not an easy task to do, considering how big the quarry is. And right now, Cryptova has a safe entrance into the middle of the zone. Meanwhile, Lukarux finds Dogzer and Krunio finds Ace. What a fight just outside of the north side of the zone as Team Polish Power wipes half of the M-Force. Oh, tough start for M-Force yet again. First match, not so well. Second match, they continue with only 2 players.
Really not ideal for them. Not the way you want things to start, especially for a squad like M-Force, who, I mean, they've been around a while. They're a squad that have produced results in the past, but it feels like they just have never reached the top of what you'd expect. I hope that now they are going to be able to do that, put in a big performance, but it's going to be a tricky one with 2 games out of your, finals already down. It's never ideal.
Yeah, what a great knock there from Knorki, by the way. It's definitely something Dogzer was expecting. So big props to Team Polish Power for the whole meta awareness, because I mean, that was actually quite impressive and unfortunate for M-Force right now. They have to continue with only 2 men they just stopped on the top of that hill just to scout a little bit towards where they're going to play next. But right now, they're going to have to think about where they want to crash and position themselves, because it's not going to be an easy one for two players to continue, considering we still have all 16 teams alive and 61 players in the game phase 2.
Yeah, you can see Rorix there able to get himself over to cover, but clearly not enough to defend from Team Snip, as Nixie is there to find the shots and eliminate the M-Force player out in no man's land. I'd be very surprised if M-Force even attempt a revive here with just how open he is.
Yeah, it's a unfortunate position. Nixie saw Vorix from a pretty big distance from the sniper tower. I mean, we're obviously talking about amazing shots here as well. However, you do have to realize and you do have to know that you're playing in a lobby, which we mentioned earlier, is pretty stacked. All these players play amazingly. They're going to get their shots done if they get a chance. And 1 point for Snip, as I'm saying. Vorix is down as well. M-Force now only on Kleinemann. Kleinemann sitting in the middle of the zone as I speak. He's going to have to be very, very, very passive, considering there's still 60 players alive, and by the way it has been going for them until now, he's just gonna have to lay low.
Yeah, very unfortunate, but it's what you got to do to salvage those points. When the team is down and out, you've got to just remain in it as that solo, as that, you know, kind of rock to get yourselves those points. So let's hope that's going to be the case. Wow, the zone just pulled hard off to the east. I don't think any squads were expecting that one. I think most teams maybe expected it to center on Quarry, but now teams like Hall of Game are actually going to be in what you'd assume was a good position, but it's a good position to play from edge. I think that now they're going to be in a bit of a tricky one, and they might want to actually consolidate rather than playing as kind of a line formation.
Yeah, it's interesting. This, how I like to call it, cat hill can accommodate more than one player and more than one team. We're seeing Hog sitting on the very eastern side of that hill. However, you're speaking well about all the teams needing to play the edge of that hill as well. But I mean, it's going to be interesting to see. So many teams are in the rotation right now. Team GM is trying to make a rather big rotation. They were expecting the zone to go. Definitely to go west. However, it didn't go their way. But in the meantime, they did find one knock on Team TB. So they're going to try to wipe them. And as I'm speaking, this frag landed perfectly. Yet another one landed perfectly. And now TB only down with Kiliakai, who's going to try to get the rest. However, he's pinched from multiple sides, and right now he managed to step into the molly as well. And I think this is the end for the boys, which are eliminated on the 16th position. Great play from the team Grind More. Actually, they've seen their chance. They stopped all around team Grind More, and they team TM, and they managed to get a lot of kills for themselves.
Really unfortunate there for the boys. I mean, Kiliakai, he was able to actually find himself an opening knock. I thought for a second, like, oh, maybe he's going to be able to do it. Maybe he can clutch it out, but running into that Molotov is not the way that you'd hope for things go. But I think really good awareness there to know that, okay, we've tagged this player down low. Let's throw a Molotov into the smoke, because you know he's more likely to get into that smoke for cover when he tries to heal.
Lukarux got knocked in the process, but I feel they're going to be able to help him out. Nylup trying to get those frags down towards Team Polish Power, which is in a lot of trouble right now as I'm speaking. Krunio got a lot of damage on himself, maybe 20 HP left as he's gonna try to pop that first aid. Team Polish Power, not a good position to be at. Nontropic has a lot of playable area right now. They're going to try and get things done. Nylup finds one player, has to pop off the first aid, but Lukarix is back up on his legs, and it's just a pressure from Entropic from this moment.
Yeah, as the nades start to come through, Nylup ends up falling. Box Bob goes down on the rotation to Verzik right now as Ivers tries to move in to get himself that revive. Only really a smoke for cover, but at least the hillside is going to be there. The zone, well, it just absolutely centers up onto Hall of Game, and all these teams that have been maybe hesitant to get over to that Cat Hill have now just completely realized that this is their only opportunity. Norcus, I mean, living up to that to the fullest, as he is the solo, just gets over to the dip, but Double is so nearby. All it's going to take is one nade, and that's what lands. Beautifully done from Double there, from some serious rage to land the nade and finish off Polish Power.
Polish Power, after the amazing first match, now not so amazing second one. Obviously, they were pinched and not a lot of places to go for them. And obviously, when you fight team as Entropic, it's never an easy one. Meanwhile, Team Hawk gets crashed by Team Snip, and we're looking at a very interesting fight. Sinister, half HP, lost half of his team already. However, they're doing what they can, but here's some third partying as well. In the meantime, Luke managed to find Hyman as well. Now we're down only to Sinister, who is trying to get those connected shots, but not a great position to be at right now. And Snip team eliminated on the 14th position. Hog managed to hold, and with a little bit help from Fade Gaming, they are still kings of this part of the hill.
Absolutely, but now the question becomes how much longer can they really hold it for as everyone starts to make their way through. Dedrix will fall to Ecris as frag grenades coming up over the top. It actually lands onto Ecris right there. So can he follow it up with a second onto that other player? It doesn't look like it just yet, as Free Kill going to come and move in, backfill that position after his teammate is now going to be getting revived. So much going on in the kill feed. Tattoo Honey's taken down 2 from Stuckers. It's just all over the place. Mayhem is happening. I believe only one player left up here from Tattoo Honeys. It's going to be Duffy inside the building, pinned down, and maybe just going to chill here for a bit because Cryptova are also starting to work their way in as well. Backfilling. They've still got 3 players left up, but this is not ideal. Beerfellas already at the top of the hill could absolutely hold them out if they're able to get themselves a bit of an angle when that rotate comes. And Tropic, though, open up onto DNK as M-Force going out in 13th. It looks like Heat potentially going to follow if they take too many more casualties.
Yeah, it's a huge chaos on the map right now, because one of the reasons is because half of the map is really unplayable, middle of the field there, so everybody just pushed towards this cat hill. Meanwhile, Entropic in a really unpleasant situation, and they're pinched between, they're in a sandwich between a couple of teams. They're playing with the little deep they have. However, they are gonna have to push the hill if they try to survive here. And the Ivas here knows it, and he's turning around 360, trying to figure out what are their options. Meanwhile, QB got knocked from his team, and now Team Vic from top of the hill is trying to prevent them from getting into the safe. Obviously, great position for Team Vic up there, and they don't want to just give this side of the hill that easily, but oh, as I'm saying, Entropic got eliminated on the 12th position. Really good job there from Team Vic, and they're going to be able to rest both players unless someone crashes them, and I don't see any reason why they would. They're gonna have all 4 men back up standing.
Circle pulls over to the west as Diamonds still on the south have a serious cross that they need to try and make here. Obviously quite a ways to go to get in through very open terrain, but I think they're going to have a bit of respite in the fact that those players down in that south compound are so stacked up, and there are so many squads and individuals around the area, and no one's really going to be able to focus fire. I gotta say though, Vikova though right now in a really good form, a bunch of kills, but they will lose Marvo as Verzik is there to find the kill. Philispin flushes it out as well. Double tries to get the trade, but nothing just yet.
Yeah, Team Vic has impressive 8 kills already with 28 people still alive in the lobby, so great match for them so far. However, they have to go, the zone shifted away from them, so they're gonna be stopped by the Team Abir on one side. Obviously, a couple of more teams. Team Hawk hears the fight here. They want to join in on the fight and get a couple of kills for themselves. Team Hawk have amazing overview of what was going on the Cat Hill. Obviously, they know probably teams are not gonna push the east side of that hill, so they decided to get close on the very northern western side and try to close down the entrance of any of these 2 teams that are actually fighting. Team Vic fighting Team Beer. Beerfellas eliminated on the 11th position, and now double dies as well, and this is the end of the Heat Gaming as well. Probably Team Vic, as I'm saying this. So great play from Team Hog. They decided to push this side of the hill. They managed to get a couple of points from them. for them. Meanwhile, Team Fade managed to eliminate I didn't see which team they eliminated in their compound, but great play for them. I think it was BPH. Yeah, the BPH eliminated on the 7th position as well. And now look at the Western compound. So many teams here right now.
It was 4. Duffy was able to get himself a knock on to Zembri, but Bricks was there for the trade. It takes it down to only 3 teams in this compound, but that only leaves Fade out off to the east to try and get themselves involved. As 5 squads left up. Hall of Game still just chilling on that northern side, which honestly really surprises me. I said it earlier that so many teams were going to try and push through, but clearly not the case. It feels like they haven't really had to take a fight all game.
Yeah, they were just they got a little bit lucky with the circle, obviously, but they did join in that one fight that was happening on the west side of the circle. But I mean, when the circle is totally in your favor and when you're having the premium position, you don't want to leave it just like that. Meanwhile, Kryptova in a lot of trouble right now as they have only 2 men standing. Team Diamond as well trying to do what they can. All of these teams that are fighting right now, they're gonna have to leave sometime soon. But Diamond is trying to get couple of flushes before they have to move. They're gonna be able to get 2 kills for themselves right now. Not too much, but at least they still have 3 men. Meanwhile, Skofa in a lot of trouble right now as Fade is putting a lot of pressure. Obviously, Team Hog as well from top of the hill. And I mean, at this point, if I was Team Fade, I would maybe even try to get one of the players rotating out of that compound and getting maybe behind the back of Team Hog. But I just, at this point, it's really hard to say what is their play going to be. Meanwhile, Stucker's only left with Squeaky, who is just almost as good as that in this container.
It's going to be a brutal one, isn't it? Kryptova tried to send Royce up to the top, but the nade actually lands through extremely close, does the damage. Not going to be able to find the kill, but BenQ certainly will from behind. Team Diamond going to be saying thank you very much for that, but Hall of Game going to steal it away. And I thought that Hall of Game haven't really had to take any fights. They clearly have, because they just got, I believe, their 10th kill of the game. I think that's the beauty of being central, and I think I just kind of assumed because they were dead center, because they still have so many players up, that they haven't taken a single fight. Bibin opens up a fight of his own though, but it's stealthy to steal it away. Stuckers out in 5th as we get into the top 4. Skofa tries to open up, but nothing coming of it as Vazku steals it away. 3 teams now remain, 2 3-mans, and of course Fade as a 4. The zone closes through, and Hall of Game, a couple of those players now going to be forced to make a move.
Yeah, Team Diamond in a lot of trouble right now. If Team Hall of Game and Fade decide to look towards them at the same time, there are not many options for Team Diamond, and I just don't see how they're going to make it out alive of that hangar. However, there's still a possibility for Team Fade to maybe try and third party Team Hog. As we can see on the map, Team Hog pushed really, really close and really hard towards Team Diamond. They want to wipe them. They want to get more kills. They already have 12, so it's an impressive match for them so far. But if they get a little bit impatient right now, or a little bit maybe too greedy, Team Fade can definitely take advantage of that.
Absolutely. Hall of Game out on the west, still looking up to the north. They're not 100% certain that no one has made it through, but I think they have a good read now that Diamond are moving up the hill. They see a little bit of movement there from Bricks. Vazku going to be calling that out to the rest of the squad, I should say. The smokes are up. Stealthy tries to open up with the spray, but it isn't going to be able to connect. Vazku maybe having a bit more success. The Molotov lands close to Bricks. It can't find the knock, but that just might as the headshot lands. So does the body. Vazku putting in work right now. Gadrilla going to use this as an opportunity to move around the back, and Stuff steals that one away. Skofa's going to be down and out of the fight. It leaves only 2 players left up here for Team Diamond. It looks like Team Hall of Game really want to fully commit to this, but Gadrilla still has a smoke to try and navigate. The nade, though, could be the final nail in the coffin. If it lands, Bricks opens up. Vazku falls. Spray comes out from Gadrilla. That's the first player falling. Still BenQ left up, but not for long. Gadrilla putting in work. 14 kills right now for Hall of Game, but Vazku yet to get back up.
Yeah, it seems like they're going to be able to rest Vasco because Team Fate have been playing very, very passively in this last moment. Maybe they're expecting for the circle to go towards them. I don't know. But with all four men standing, I can't happen but wonder why some of these players didn't try to approach the zone on the northern side and maybe potentially pinch and sandwich and surprise a Team Hog while they were fighting a diamond. It is what it is. They're gonna have to close off the match 3 versus 4 in the case of Fate 4 versus 3. However, it's a difficult zone. Wherever this zone goes, one team is gonna get into a lot of trouble, obviously, because it's a very steep hill. And just by looking at it, it seems like teams are playing cautiously. But I mean, cautiously. Hawk obviously has 14 kills. They definitely want to get a couple of more points for chicken dinner. But no matter how this game goes from this moment on, I feel like they can be very satisfied with their performance.
They've got to be feeling good about themselves. Phase 7 going to be closing its way through, and obviously we'll find out where that final shift of the game is going pretty soon now, but as of now, nothing coming of it. Vasco actually trying to sneak his way in down to the south here just to get a bit of an off angle, maybe catch these squads off guard, but it's going to be a tricky one if that does work out, and needs to be careful not to get knocked here. Obviously, Fade having players around the back like Luke V could cause some major problems, but it's actually going to be Vasco causing problems, opening up with the initial shots, taking fire onto 2 players, but not able to convert either of them into knocks just yet. I think Fade realizing that they're under pressure.
Yeah, definitely. And now that they're being pinched from multiple sides, and in the case the circle rotates away from the zone, Team Hawk has a really nice overview of everything. However, the zone 8, Mardonix has one more house partially in the zone, so Fate does have a little bit of a playable area. Maybe not the best one because we're talking about the downhill. However, Team Hog needs to rotate as well because they're not in the circle at all. So it's going to be interesting to see. Oh, they're sending it immediately as I'm speaking. Duff managed to find Godrilla really, really nicely, and it looks like it's going well for Team Fate right now.
You say that, however, Marunix naded himself. He does get over to safety, but it's going to deny him a lot of info because Hall of Game are now directly below this ridge. They're able to get a smoke or a Molotov even up onto that balcony. Then Marunix is going to be in trouble, tries to open up with a bit of fire, gets himself the damage, but it's actually Stealthy who ends up knocking his own teammates, needs to get the revive, but it's all for nothing. As now Fade have this under wraps. They know where the player's going to be. They caught him in the smoke. They caught him in the corner, and it's Fade with an 8-kill chicken dinner. Compound pays dividends, looking up the hill, putting out that damage and getting themselves that big chicken dinner.
Definitely great match for them. They were playing very calm, very passive here in the compound. They were hoping that the circle is gonna go in their favor, and it definitely did. Second chicken dinner of the night for them. We're going to be ready for the third Erangel, and that will be the last Erangel for the night. But before that, we're gonna go back to the studio to see the ladies.
You want to fight? You want to play? Okay, hi guys. Hello. What a game.
Hello.
What a game. Number 2. Hog on the killing machine, but congratulations, Fate, for getting that chicken dinner. But before we go to the leaderboards, oh my God, I cannot breathe. Before we go to the leaderboards, we want to say thank you to Pay Safeguard for not only taking care of our MVPs, they didn't forget about you guys. So all you need to do is go to Samsung Odyssey Masters.com, find Pay Safeguard Pick'ems, enter your picks and win, and 10 lucky winners will get a €50 Pay Safeguard voucher.
And so, how does it work? You ask. Basically, you get a PaySafeCard prepaid code. So you buy it, let's say, at a petrol station or grocery store. It depends. It varies from country to country where you can purchase it. And then you use it as a voucher. And you can just pay easily. You don't need your mom's card, dad's card, anything else, bank account, anything. And just use the 16-digit code, type it in, and you're off.
Yeah, and you know what's also really easy and quick and free is to sign up to Pay Safeguard account, and you can have all of your codes in one spot. You can have cost control at any given time, and of course it is so easy to use because you just have to use your username and password and you are ready to go. Thoughts on game?
Are we ready to go? Are we ready to go on the leaderboard? Not yet.
Not yet.
But we will, of course,
We
this
will.
time. I will settle down. You know, I will not. I will not be going
Don't
too
rush
fast.
us.
So you already mentioned Team Hall of Game, which had an amazing amount of kills this game, but sadly they had a little bit of a tragic ending.
Yep.
If I can say it. So also there's a couple of things I want to point out that our team, our previous season winners, champions, Team Entropic, actually fell out from
Pretty
the
early.
match pretty early, like
Yep.
spot number 10 or around so. And that was pretty interesting to see. We actually saw a lot of the teams that got in through the groups, like from relegations. But let's actually take a look at the leaderboard now so we can see how we are standing. Oh my goodness. You see 22, 22, 22.
So many 22s.
As you said, Hall of Game had an enormous amount of kills, but they didn't have any chicken dinners. But they managed to get to number 1 spot, but they actually share it with Fade and Stuckers, who both got got a chicken dinner. Fade got the last match chicken dinner, so good job, Fade. And then we have on the 4th spot Entropic, just 1 point difference. I believe there's going to be a lot of pushing around, up and down, because the teams are just really great players, and just we're going to see a lot of action. Let's take a look at the kills now.
Let's see who's in
And you will
lead.
see.
Ooh,
Marcel
Marcel still from Polish Power on the 1st spot. We have Nail Up, and
We
then
don't hate you, Nell.
no, we don't hate you. It's just we're butchering stuff here. And on 3rd space we have Nake with 6 kills. And then we have Marbo, and we have a Hall of Game player,
Stealthy, yeah.
Stealthy, on the 5th place.
They actually had
Sorry,
a
guys.
quite equal distribution of kills in the team, I have to
Yes.
say.
Good job.
Let's look at the damage, how we're standing here on the damage. So Nalip is on number 1 spot. Then Duff, we saw last match, Duff doing the work. And of course, that's what got them the chicken dinner in the end. Then we have Marsalek, and on the 4th spot we have Ribbons, and on the 5th spot we have your favorite nickname in the whole tournament, Two Head Shakur.
Head Shakur, yes. That one I won't butcher.
Yeah, you know Two Head Shakur. He's your favorite. He's your favorite, depending on the nickname from all the matches. So that was pretty nice match. I have to say, pretty dynamic. There's not a lot of how do I say, one-sided matches, right? Oh, well, it's only been 2 matches, but we will see how the situation will develop later on. All the teams are great, and it's just I love that. I love that we're not seeing, you know, like Entropic just getting all the kills.
We
getting all the
almost
chicken
did.
dinners.
We almost did after the game 1, but yeah, the second game, the guys are not messing around, and I'm so happy to see Diamond
Imagine.
and Fade from relegation. Like, they had their second chance there. They're proving right now that it is well deserved. So yeah, congratulations.
We
to
saw
those guys.
actually the top 4 were pretty much the teams
Yes.
that advanced from
And
qualifications.
Stuckers in top 5.
Kryptova were both matches in top 4.
Yeah.
So Kryptova also, I feel like maybe they'll be showing some more of that in the next matches. And I'm just loving it so far.
Yeah, we need to check out, though, in the leaderboards, who's like sleeping on the bottom, because we love to
Yeah.
call those guys out just to wake
Well,
up.
we love to motivate them.
Yes.
But right now we want to motivate you to stay with us, follow us on social media, and stay here, watch the games, win some giveaways. So after a short break, commercial break, back to Sanson and Chunks for game number 3 of Erangel.
know, Britney Mo, I hit the lotto, my motto, roll up gelato and throttle a couple models staccato who fucking brought up the bottles. I'm gone ham. This ain't even luck, all planned. Y'all know who the fucks I am. Burning bucks, smoke bands. Always been the MO since the start of this, and now I'm on a mission like I'm Artemis. Hey, we gon' turn the crib into a club like Hennessy and Buddha screaming thug life. Get it, baby, you know I'm the plug, right? But you gotta feel it that it's gonna be a long night.
Think I would look pretty on your arm once you cover up my bruises and battle scars, but it always ends the same. Can't bear the things I've had to face. Got you crying on your knees in pain. Oh, some things never change, never change. Oh, you break your back to make me feel again. Suffocate to make me breathe again. Lose your mind from endless pain. Some things never change, never change. Oh, redemption never came. I stopped.
So 2 games down, still 4 more to go this evening. I didn't even realize until just now that because we're in the finals, it's 6 games a night. Gonna be a bit of a marathon more than a sprint for a lot of these teams.
Yeah, it's going to be interesting to see if they're going to keep their concentration in the next 4 matches, because when I see at the leaderboard, it's been a while since I've seen 3 teams with the exact same amount of points and then 4 teams just 1 point behind. It's crazy.
Yeah, I mean, you got to say as well, though, Hall of Game jumping up 11 places in that game. It shows how the leaderboard, especially in the early game, is super volatile. So Hall of Game, Fade, and Stuckers all tied for 22 points. It's Hall of Game in first, Fade in second, Stuckers in third. That's based on the kill points as the tiebreaker for anyone who was wondering, but obviously still such a long way to go. And a lot of teams, I think, that have maybe disappointed. Teams like the Boys, M-Force, Heat, teams that I expected to be doing extremely well that have maybe disappointed so far tonight.
Yeah, it's really tough for me to see the team like M4 sitting on the bottom of the leaderboard with 0 points at this point after 2 matches. But knowing the boys, they will bounce back. They will have to. And I mean, good luck to them. We're going to see what they're going to do for the rest of 4 matches tonight. And with that being said, it seems like it's going to be an interesting one until the end of the night. Because if we can draw conclusions after the first 2 games, what is there to expect more? I mean, if there are going to be another teams who are going to get a lot of kills per match, because obviously 2 different tactics work here. Both tactics, being aggressive, getting the kills works almost, I mean, even better than just sitting in the compound and trying to get that chicken dinner. But without further ado, let's jump into our third game of the night and see what our teams preparing for us. What do they have for us? But first,
I don't know. Yeah, we got to look at what Kovo's got prepared for us. I like this one. A little bit slower than usual, a little bit more over the top. We see Severny, so it gives us a clue on our play path as we start out up on the north. Looks like we're going to be going down towards that southeastern side. So maybe going to give us a bit of a different zone this time, headed over to the east potentially.
Yeah, this circle is an interesting one. It's going a bit more towards the right, towards Novorepnoja. So teams that have to stretch their jump towards Georgepol, they're going to have a little bit longer flight. Everybody else kind of getting to their destination. Interesting to see team Heat decided to jump to Severny this time. It was a team Tattoo Honeys before that. So interestingly enough, they decided to change their tactics. It seems like Tattoo Honeys were like, no, we jumped the first time, the circle went away from us. We jumped Severny, the circle shifted away from us. We're going to just go to the Milta Power and see if we get lucky there.
Yeah, I like it. Just get in there early. Tattoo Honey's going to try and play for maybe that Eastern zone. I like the fact that they are kind of reaction dropping. They're not set in a drop spot. They're feeling confident off of all of them. They unfortunately just haven't had the performance to go with it. So I hope that that switches up. We're going to get that phase 1 circle in about 5 seconds. As Duff gets over to his vehicle, it's not going to be contested this time around.
Yeah, this time Fade is going to be, Duff is going to be able to get his vehicle, and we can already see Fade has a great circle for themselves, as they're going to be able to loot the southern part of it, and they have been driving towards the west, as I was speaking, where we don't see a lot of teams at the moment. Hawk have been showing a really strong performance tonight. Great last match, as you mentioned. They jumped up 11 points, and that gives them such a huge boost in confidence, obviously. And it's going to be interesting to see what they show us in this match as well, because they are sitting relatively decently in the zone. However, I feel like they are going to be rotating from a majority of those compounds just as soon as they get some loot.
Yeah, it would kind of make sense to be able to get in a little bit further, because as strong as this position is in terms of getting loot and as a drop spot and you rotate ability out of it, it's not the best in terms of fighting. There's a lot of open positions you can try and work with. As we take a look back at last game, you can see just how successful Hall of Game actually were in terms of making what was a very tricky push for them.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, they decided to get that part of the cat hill relatively early. They were holding the compound on the north side of it as well, so they had a really good tactical decision for themselves. Yeah, we're watching the ending of the last match as they pushed the compound. They did not have a lot of playable area left, so they could have maybe stalled a little bit more before the zone pushed them. But they just, after 14 kills, I guess they just decided to send it, and ending went to the side of Fade, which, I mean, obviously had a great match for themselves.
Yeah, really unfortunate, though, for things to go like that. So let's hope that maybe things will switch up this time around. No more team killing coming out from Hall of Game. As Team Snip actually going to be moving through. They've got to know about Box Bob. I mean, they just pulled up next to the US. They know someone's in here. As the nade comes out, Highman might be able to open things up pretty quick here, but no. Box Bob gets away to safety, but just look at the ammo count. He's only got 22 bullets, not in reserve.
Yeah, Box Bob in a lot of trouble right now, and he's going to have to think about the way he wants to play this, because he doesn't have a lot of options. His teammates are getting a little bit closer. However, I feel like he's not going to be able to get help in time. And as I'm saying that, Hyman finds Box, and we are losing the first player in this lobby. Team GM are going to have to continue with one player less. As Snip gets this really good compound for themselves. Sitting in the middle of the zone, they rotated out of the Pochinki. They're thinking that the zone is not going to go to the city. However, if you remember a couple of nights ago, Shanks, 2 out of 3 matches on Erangel ended up quite close to Pochinki.
Yeah, they've been brutal, I think it's fair to say. So if you expect a circle to go one way, just go the opposite. So we'll see, though. Bly actually opening up with some nades right there. Mika has been spotted out as he just wants to hold onto that doorway, realizes that it could be a big opening if it does swing through, as the rest of the boys swing through. This is what I'm hoping for. Aggression as a squad, but, I mean, he's posted up in the corner in a really strong position, and a shotgun to go with it. Really not ideal as he opens up, takes down Micah, and that's the first player going down. That's why you got to play for trades, but in the end, Meisters is there to trade it.
Yeah, Team GM in a lot of trouble this match. They lost 2 players already. Team TB lost Micah in the process. However, they were just they didn't go for refragging every player from his team. Went into one entrance, so it's always a little bit a tricky one when someone pushes alone and they get fragged in the process. However, it is what it is. Polish Power here, finding yet another player from Team GM. Team GM in a lot of trouble this match, I gotta be honest. They're losing player by player after player, and it doesn't look too well. Full P team, full Polish Power against only 2 players left from the GM.
Marslick holding that roof for everything it's worth, but he just has no info really onto where those Grindmore players actually are. So it is a bit of a waiting game right now to see who's going to be the first to maybe give a little bit of info away, make the first move. But it looks like right now Grindmore going to leave that player down to the south, anchoring and scouting about as Polish Power hop in their vehicles. They're here to backfill, and they're more importantly here to sweep.
Crunio is going to decided to join his teammates. They want to maybe get rid of this player in their compound. Obviously, they don't know exactly where he is, but in the meantime, Chris decided to rotate out of it. Smart decision considering there are only 2 players left. He's going to join Naki in the other compound across, so a Polish Power are going to be able to hold this compound on their own. Obviously, good position for both of these teams. These compounds are far in the middle of the zone still, I can say, so there is a high possibility that the next zone is gonna at least be still partially there. But other teams as well, Team Vic is rotating all the way from the east. They're going to have a relatively easy entrance because the closest team to them is Team Diamond, which is sitting on Potato Hill and is rotating. They're rotating towards Pochinki. As we speak, actually towards maybe even Sushi Compound. And we do have teams stuck inside there, maybe not even peeking. So it's going to be interesting to see if they're going to fight each other. Team Fate as well decided to rotate deep into the safe. Looks really good for majority of these teams. And I got to mention Team Kryptova rotating out of the military base close to the Team BPH. Maybe even Adlush he definitely gave info now to his team that there is a team crossing the bridge as we speak. I'm not sure if Kryptova is going to kind of camp the bridge. I mean, if they know that BPH jumped on Sosnovka, they might. But yeah, I see one of the players from Kryptova out of the car on the middle of the bridge. But I feel like it's just the scout ahead, and they're going to open the entrance for the team BPH as well.
Yeah, I wouldn't expect them to get too aggressive here, obviously having called it out to the squad. I'm not sure whether they were able to get any info to actually make something out of this, but at least off of the phase, I think the last thing they want to be doing is actually fighting over at that bridge. So backing away is definitely the smart player. We'll say, though, M-Force trading some damage between them and Entropic. Lineman went down, but so did QB. As now Vrorix tries to get involved, he does a little bit of damage, can't convert it to a knock, maybe can have a bit more success when these players hop inside of vehicles, though, as Lukarux is waiting, opting instead not to shoot and just hold that trigger discipline, letting M-Force back off of this.
Yeah, both teams, interestingly, they decided to play edge of the circle, and they managed to find a couple of knocks there, but without being able to confirm that. But we're looking at the replay where Lukarux managed to find Kleinemann through the smoke. We're talking about one of the best and still super young players from Balkan area. So definitely a player to keep an eye for because I mean, he's been playing in Entropic for a long time now. We're talking about the boys who have been playing for so long together, and continuing to play this way can just give them even more strength to prove themselves as one of the best EU teams. Meanwhile, M-Force managed to rotate into the compounds between school and Pochinki, so they're gonna just chill there for a little longer. They're maybe hoping for the circle to decide to pop their way. However, we're going to see that in a couple of seconds.
Becomes a bit of a waiting game. Ace is posted up. Not really too many concerns. Obviously does have to be cautious with that team previously having given them a couple knocks, but I don't think they're too stressed right now as the zone gets ready to pop. We'll see where we end up going. We're going off to the west, Gatka Fields by the looks of things, and that is dangerously open for these squads.
Yeah, interesting shift of the circle. Right now, we're seeing a couple of Gatka compounds, which are definitely prior compounds in this zone. In these zones, Team Polish Power already rotated, trying to grab themselves nice positions. Also, Team Heat deep in the zone as well. Team Fade decided not to move, and all of the teams. Look at all of those teams rotating from the south and from the east side right now. Team Entropic deciding to rotating all the way from the north side of the river. So interesting rotation. They're definitely gonna, probably knowing them, they're gonna sit on top of the Everest and they're gonna try to scope everything from there. But meanwhile, couple of teams decide to go in the same direction. Team Cryptova crashed. One of the players from Team Hit. This is dangerous. This is dangerous for teams that decided to play split, because so many teams are trying to find their place, and you can expect these teams to crash these compounds.
Yeah, they're gonna get aggressive. There's only so much that you're actually able to play inside of a zone like this. You've got to make the most out of everything you get, so maybe expect a lot of crashes here, especially around the chopsticks area. That's a position that definitely feels like it's very popular with these players. We'll see whether that ends up coming into play as Phase 2 will start making a move now. Prorix here as the solo from Heat, making a lot of noise, but needs to be careful to make sure no other squads are able to identify that he is a solo, because if they do, well, they're going to be more than happy to crash.
Yeah, definitely. That's the danger of playing a split like that, especially when you're alone and when players realize they have been hearing only shots from a certain type of the weapon. You bet you can expect a couple of teams trying to crash if that's a premium position we are talking about. And definitely right now it's a place that a lot of teams would like to be at. Meanwhile, BPH decided to rotate the other way, so Heat is right now relatively safe from the crashes. Meanwhile, Team Stuckers decided to sit in the, what is it? This is partially chops, but no, this is actually new trenches just south of Pochinki. So since this has been added to the map, I feel like a lot of teams like to get in there. However, the tough decision, like the tough thing to getting away from there is like you usually lose your cars, and it's just not a place to be at this time of the competition. 58 alive, 16 teams still up and running, and it's the edge of the zone. Obviously, when they rotate out, so many teams are going to look their way.
Yeah, it's going to be brutal for all of these squads, but I think that they've accepted this is maybe the best of a bad situation for a couple of these teams. They realize they're probably not going to get a much better position than this, so they have to settle. And, well, those teams are moving out of Pochinki. Thankfully, Mixu is still there down at the trenches down to the south. Every team has at least a couple players inside zone now, so it just becomes a waiting game. Where is Phase 3 going to go? Is it going to continue towards Gatka Field, or is it going to do what I'm sure a lot of these players are hoping and actually pull away in somewhere with a lot more ridges and cover?
Stuckers, meanwhile, managed to get out of the trenches. Only 2 players, though, so still a Mixu who is going to have to try to find his way out. Obviously, he still has a vehicle, hoping maybe that they are partially in the new zone, so maybe potentially they don't have to move from here. However, if the team like Vic, which is sitting on the top of the Pochinki hill, if they're going to look their way, it's going to be really hard for Team Stuckers to make any difference from that compound apart from just staying alive.
Yeah, it's going to be brutal, and I think that's the danger of getting into a compound super early a lot of the times. Every other team is in a position to potentially hold you out, so it's going to be interesting on how those squads are able to play, whether they are able to actually get aggressive, get a lot of kills, or whether they're just going to be held out by teams that have themselves really powerful ridges to try and work out of. So that'll come in time, but for right now, I mean, Diamond, they've just got to edge their way in, but it's such an open hillside ahead of them. I don't think they're going to really be able to do it unless they try and play a bit more of an aggressive position.
Yeah, Team Diamond, they're going to have to rotate, find their way towards the safe. I wouldn't be surprised if they decide to rotate all the way on the south side and get on the Pochinki Hill, which is empty right now. But while I'm talking about that, Team Entropic decided to crash the boys, and they eliminated all of them. This is what I have been saying. Team Entropic, they have been playing so passively in the first and the second zone. They're not pushing their luck. They're not getting into unnecessary fight. However, if the zone rotates away from them twice, which it did, they're going to opt for the risky play. They're going to try to get at least the closest compound, so they have their way from there, because obviously they know their fragging power. They're not afraid of getting into the matches when they need to.
Yeah, that's what you want teams to have, that confidence coming into those fights. You don't want to be second-guessing yourself. That's something that we were critical of, I think, a lot of squads in the earlier stages, especially in relegations as well, where they realized, okay, we're against good teams, and they got hesitant because of it. You can see a replay of that crash coming out now. Luke Rooks with a really big seat swap to finish off the boys. That was really nicely done from him.
What a crash now from the team BPH, and now Double manages to find the whole squad with a frag grenade. What the heck just happened there, Shanks?
That is a good question. It looks like just a really well-placed pre-nade. That's the danger when you go for a crash like that. When you're all landed onto one side, all it takes is one frag grenade to be able to do some damage. You saw Sinister there looking like he wanted to try and get involved, but decides to back off instead. Probably for the best if he's paid any attention to the kill feed.
What an amazing wipe of the whole squad. I feel like BPH right now are definitely not happy about what happened, but Double there managed to wipe the whole team with a frag. Meanwhile, Team M-Force fighting on the edge of the circle. They're going to find 2 players from the Team Beer, 3 players as I'm speaking, and Beerfell is eliminated on the 14th position. Team M-Force, 3 kills for themselves. This looked very, very, very good.
Really impressive see there from M-Force. This is what we wanted to see. We spoke about them as a squad that coming into this have to be favorites, but they just haven't shown up tonight in the way that we would have expected. Poignus opens up, though, on Zambri. Nicely done to be able to find himself that knock and the flush as well. He throws a nade over the top, realizing Bricks could be around, but he's also aware enough to actually back off of this move down the hill while Squeaky provides cover. You can tell Stuckers they want to rotate as a team, but that's going to be a tricky one when they are in, as we mentioned before, such an open position where teams like Diamond can just rain down fire onto them.
Definitely, Diamond took advantage over Team Vic rotating into the red house where we've seen they wipe the whole team. So Team Diamond rotated all the way from the south side. They took Pochinki Hill for themselves. They can now potentially hold Team Stuckers, at least do a lot of damage to them as they try to rotate out as a team. As you mentioned earlier, it's looking pretty decent for Team Diamond right now. Even though they lost one of the players, they still have a lot of playable area on the Pochinki Hill, as well as I gotta mention Team Fate sitting on the south of the circle. They can potentially leave that compound when it's gonna be needed. They can go on foot and maybe play partially Pochinki Hill as well. But the teams that I'm really worried about right now are teams that are gonna have to rotate from the north. We're talking about Snip. We're talking about Team Tattoo Honeys. We're talking about M-Force, Team Entropic as well. They're all sitting on the north side and looking by the way circle just closed. The only playable area for them is location of the team TH of the Tattoo Honeys right now, which are under a lot of fire, under a lot of pressure from multiple angles.
Tattoo Honeys, they may be under fire, but it looks like they're going to get to safety. I say that. Duffy almost gets ran over by Michael then as he's backed into Kleineman there with a really big spray to be able to find the headshot. Can't confirm it into a kill, but there's no real chance of him getting the revive, so he should be able to get that one. He did lose 2 players as Stuckers do end up falling out in 13th position. It seems the rotation there just a little bit too tricky. So many teams were up on that hillside. I don't think it's a surprise to see them go down there.
Yeah, and Tropic meanwhile decided to crash the compound. Sinister managing to hold the compound all alone. He found himself 2 knocks and 2 confirmed kills. Really good protection by him. However, his teammates are gonna have to join the fight very soon. Snip was trying to third-party fight from M-Force just across the road, but Jaime now here really close. Nixie got back into the compound as well, and now Team Entropic under a lot of pressure right now as Lucarux and Nylop sit in the same house, and they're gonna try to find their way in. Meanwhile, Sinister got finished off by Dogzer, third party from all across the road from the north side, and now Team Snip only down to 3 players as well as M-Force is trying to sandwich them from the north side.
Circle pops down to the southwest, and teams like Vic, Cryptova, Grindmore, the only real teams inside the squad. I mean, Fade are kind of half inside the zone, I should say, are looking really good. Snip now, they do need to get aggressive. They need to finish up this fight against Entropic, but that's not going to be an easy one. As we mentioned, they're low on meds. They've been taking this fight for a while, and they're both very frag-heavy teams. So for now, at least, it is going to be a bit of a waiting game, if I had to guess. The nade, though, comes out from Nixie. It's close to Lucarux, but it just can't connect in the way you would have hoped.
Yeah, Nixie trying to find those angles as well. And let's not forget about Team M-Force, who know these players very well. They know all these names. They're going to try to a third party that if it's going to be possible, because they want to get a couple of kills for themselves. They're sitting on the 6 kills right now, but we're talking about the team which is sitting on the 16th position. They didn't get any points in the first 2 matches, so they want to get more if it's going to be possible. And also when we take into consideration that the rotations from here are going to be so freaking hard, they just want to maybe get as many kills as possible. Zeko, meanwhile, got knocked by Nyloop, and now he's going to try to molly that. Meanwhile, he stays on only 19 HP. He's going to have to heal off. Zeko might be able to get some help, but Lukaruk's keeping on pressure, throwing those frags into the garage, and now Snip under a lot of utility.
More nades come through. Lukaruk should be able to confirm that knock, but no, it actually lands to the side of the doorway. So it doesn't end up going through to the garage in the way that they would have hoped, as now M-Force, they end up knocking their own teammate. This is just typical, isn't it, for this stage of the game. Doxa goes down and Snip, finished off. Lukaruk's with a really nice peek there to finish off the job, but it's not going to be enough as the zone closes through. That's the next enemy they have to deal with, and because they've committed to this fight for so long, they have nothing scouted.
Wow, M-Force in the meantime got eliminated on the 10th position. They got themselves in a really, really bad spot. They managed to get themselves sandwiched. Right now I'm trying to figure out where Entropic is gonna find their spot under the stars. We are talking about this circle, which is super crazy. Not a lot of playable area. Literally all of the playable areas in the middle of the zone are already taken. So all these teams which are on the edge are gonna just have to stay there for some time, unless they manage to get a couple of knocks, like Skolfa here trying to find Progy, and maybe if he gets knocked, maybe Diamond are going to be able to crash that shack, but they just don't have to move just yet. They're sitting on the very edge of the Pochinki Hill, still a relatively decent playable area, at least until this zone closes. Meanwhile, team Polish Power really, really close to the team GM, and it looks like they're going to have to get into the fight eventually.
It's got to happen sooner or later, and it looks like now is going to be that time because the zone has pulled down to the south and all these teams have quite a ways to go. Diamond still yet to make a move as Fade, I think, can just about play that northern side of their compound for now, so I don't think they have to worry too much. Grindmore, though, they're going to realize that they're getting pushed as they try their best to hold. Now Polish Power moving in bit by bit. Marslik watching every angle, sees that doorway open. If Ikris tries to throw a nade out of it, surely that's going to give the info away, but no, nothing coming, at least just yet, as Polish Power just laying away. Ikris wants to go for this peak just so badly as they sweep through. Little do they know there's nothing up there.
Yeah, they did probably hear a couple of footsteps, but they weren't sure was it this house or the next one. Yeah, it's always better safe than sorry. However, they're going to have to push towards team GM because that's the only playable house at the edge of the zone. Obviously, whoever of these two teams wins, they're going to be on the very, very edge of the zone as well. So it's going to be pretty tough for them as well to find their way into the zone. But Krunia here trying to find a real look. Meanwhile, Kapi managed to get really nice frag grenade, and we're looking at Krunia under a lot of Molotov, but he's gonna be able to get the heal off, and Grindmore eliminated on the 7th position. Really nice team play, really nice push by team Polish Power as they're going to grab that northern part of the circle for themselves.
Really good nade usage right there, working as a team to throw the frags in, not just, throw in one player, throwing 3 in. It is a team effort. So they threw the frags in, they threw the mollies. They knew that combo would be at least able to get themselves a knock if both of them connected. So really nicely done. And Polish Power at that point were just able to clean up the final player. Nice to watch from them. Really impressive. BenQ tries to move down below as the spray comes through. Nalip is there to eliminate him, so the final player from Entropic not out of the fight yet.
Yeah, Nalip under a lot of fire right now. Not a lot of playable area, and Skofa now is gonna use this smoke that Nalip had in his hands, and he's gonna try to rest a little bit at the edge of the zone there, but it's gonna push him away, and it's gonna be very tough for Skofa as well to get into the zone. We're watching right now team Vic making a smoke wall towards Skofa as well. As we already mentioned before, like if we put the camera down a little bit, for people who are not playing PUBG a lot, the playable area here is very, very limited. So utilities right now, all the teams who have utilities and teams like Cryptova who are still holding 2 premium positions, they are having a really good match for themselves. However, Fady managed to get to Proj as well, who was sitting alone in this shack. They're going to confirm this kill, and they're going to have a really nice position for themselves, which is quite deep in the zone, and it's quite possible that this shack is still going to stay in the safe. So it seems like a potentially really good game for Fade.
Absolutely. I mean, they've got a player inside, and these other players can kind of anchor down on this hill until the zone starts making a move in about 50 seconds, but they want to try and get an opening knock or two out of it before they actually start to make that move and the zone comes through. Clemson just spamming through the smoke, still being careful not to waste any utility. Obviously, Fade haven't really been in team-on-team fights so much this game. They've been really third party and doing that long range damage, which means that they don't have too much util to work with. Crunio having a similar problem to what Tattoo and he's faced the other game and knocking his own teammate. Polish Power should be able to get him back up, but it's not ideal because Polish Power also not inside zone as far as I can tell.
Yeah, Polish Power under a lot of pressure right now. Fade has complete control. They have complete control over that side of the circle as well, and it's going to be very tough for Team Polish Power to find their way in. The only option, if their cars are still up and running, they can maybe just move them a little bit forward and make that kind of like a wall protection wall with the vehicles, but it's gonna be definitely hard. But it's not hard only for them. Team Vic now, they really need to push into the safe. Crypto are trying to hold them, but Crypto are only down to one player. Senix here trying to hold the Shack, but he's also getting a lot of damage from multiple sides, so it's not looking well for him. Maybe Team Vic is gonna be able to enter the zone with a little bit of the help from the other side. Team Fade managed to find Senix as well, and we're now only down to 3 teams left in this match.
Fade have just been farming out the damage this match, and can you blame them? They have been on an absolute tear so far. We'll see if they can keep it up, as now Double actually ends up falling for the Kruva, which really isn't ideal. It's the zone that actually does the damages. It really shows just how limited their space is to work with. Now though, Fade still from the off angle trying to get involved onto Polish Power, but they just can't find it, as Clemson just going to be waiting there, but nothing yet, as he still knows that the Kruva need to be finished off, but it's only a solo, and it's Dedrix. Down he goes. The Curvy going to be out of it now. 2 teams remain, 4 versus 4, and really no cover to play on.
Absolutely no cover, especially for Team Polish Power. They still have their tires up from the vehicles, but it's just a matter of time before they get punctured as well. And they're just sitting on the very, very edge of the zone. Obviously, when this phase closes, they're going to have to move towards middle, and they have been using so much utility in the last couple of minutes. I just feel like everything is in the favor of Team Fade right now, and Duff is pushing really, really aggressively. Maybe decided to push a little bit back when he saw there's literally none of the cover left. And they know the phase 8 is going to push Team PP as well into somehow towards the middle of the zone. So it feels like when we look at the whole field, there is nothing to be played except getting the cover from your vehicle. So if they puncture their tires, which they're doing, Team Polish Power, they are just doomed in the very corner of that circle.
Now, Fade try to make the rotation, but they have conceded Clemson. It's really not ideal. Luke is there for the trade, though, to take down Marcelik. Nicely done, as the nades are going to be coming out here. Marunix up top, trying his best to get involved. Is the nade going to land? Yes, it is, but no kills being found. Just a little bit of damage instead. More frags coming through. Nothing quite close enough, but he's still doing the damage. Fade, at this point, you got to think, okay, let's send another player in a vehicle and get them to use their util. Duff, though, uses that smoke as cover to throw in an nade. Takes down 2. That's Marcelik, Crunio, both going to be out of it. Cappy Nork is still left standing as more frags come through. The vehicle blows up Crunio. The Molotov finishes off Marcelik. The barrel's there to take down Cappy. And in the end, the long-range shots come through. Take down the final player. Polish Power going out in second, but it's Fade that get that chicken dinner with a serious number of kills.
Amazing play and amazing technical decisions by Team Fade. This is their back-to-back chicken dinner as well, so it seems like they definitely are having a good night for themselves. It's gonna definitely position themselves on the top of the leaderboard. But before that, before I do any math, we're gonna go back to the studio, and then ladies are gonna tell us something more about the leaderboard.
And welcome back to the studio, guys. That was match number 3, the last Erangel for today. Congratulations to Team Fady for their second chicken dinner today.
Yes, and we have to apologize for calling them Fade this whole tournament, so congrats, Fady.
That's right. From now on, we stand corrected.
Yes.
But I wanted to just say that it's just 3 matches. You guys should definitely stick with us for the entirety of the stream today, tomorrow. Stick with us, watch us on Twitch, on YouTube, on Trovo, and of course, it's not just the matches in these amazing plays. It's a lot of giveaways too, right?
Yes, we have plenty of giveaways. Of course, if you watch streams really precisely, you can catch a code that will give you some PUBG in-game goodies. And of course, when you see 2 of us pop on the screen, not this time though, but next time probably, we have a Samsung Odyssey question for you guys.
And of course, as we always mention, make sure to get your picks in because our partner PaySafeCard has provided us with €50 PaySafeCard vouchers for 10 people each day of the tournament. So that's only today and tomorrow still left. If you manage to pick the right team that wins, that has the most points. So that's on the top of the ladder for today. So you guys can do that by going to SamsungOdysseyMasters.com, find the pick-in page, put your picks in, and just wait. And then you can check on our social media, on Good Game Global Instagram, for the 10 winners that are going to be announced on the stories.
Yes, if you would play pick'ems, would you win so far? I want to know, would you win so far?
Debatable. So let's see. Maybe just one of the days I had a good guess, but I didn't play, obviously. Yeah, for the rest, it was pretty like hard to predict, honestly. So good job to everybody that did. You guys always announce on Instagram stories and doing the good work. I mean, easy €50 PaySafeCard voucher, and you can use it anywhere, wherever. Let's say, I don't know, any kind of online store. I believe you can buy like video games, whatever kind of store, merchant provides it as a payment option. You're free to use it. And like, you don't need to type in anything. You just put the code in. Like, you know when you have to put your card and then you have to look at the front, blah, 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 then you have to look at the back, get the security code or whatever. Oh my goodness. And then on your mobile app, you have like, you have to verify, and then you have to do the MAC, Aptly, everything. So annoying. Anyways, let's go to the leaderboard and let's see how we are standing after match number 3.
Yes, let's see the first scoreboard. Fady Gaming. Of course, they have 2 chicken dinners on spot number 1 with total of 40 points. But look at the kills. We are talking about 3 games. We have 20, 20, 22, 22 kills. This is getting really, really crazy. On second place, we do have Polish Power, and on third, Entropique still here. But I said I want to mention the bottom fraggers, so the boys, Betpadakuhop, Heat, M-Force, guys.
Yes, M-Force are one of our invited teams, and really I had to say, guys, you gotta pick up the pace.
Yes. Let's check the kills now. Who do we have here?
Nylib's still leading with those 10 kills. 10, we saw that amazing play at the very end with the nades, with the crazy nades. The car blew up, the mollies. Duff, a good job. Duff from Fady on number 2 spot with 9 kills. Then we have still Marcelek with his 9 kills. And Double from BKV has climbed up to spot number 4 with 9 kills as well. And then on the last spot, we have Marbo yet again with 6 kills.
Let's check the damage. How are we standing here? Nylib just owning this day. So he's on our spot number 1. On the second spot, we have our Kobe Duff coming in with almost 2K. And on third, we have Marcelek. Then we have Marbo. And on our 5th spot is Diamonds BenQ5.
The matches so far, I have to mention one thing. Yet another game where Cryptova was in the top 4. But I believe they didn't have an awful amount of kills. We also saw Team Diamond doing the good work. But yeah, losing Team Entropic, kind of early do like half team. So yeah, that was really unfortunate. But we're seeing all these other teams do the good work, you know, especially the ones that have gotten here from the qualifications, not the easy route. However, we are actually going to Miramar now. So match number 4, short commercial break, and then we're going back straight to our casters, Sanson and Junks. See you guys.
Jam, burning bucks, smoke bands. Always been the MO since the start of this, and now I'm on a mission like I'm Artemis. Hey, we gon' turn the crib into a club like Hennessy and Buddha screaming thug life. Get it, baby, you know I'm the plug, right? But we got a feeling that it's gonna be a long night.
With the pretty on your arm once you cover up my bruises and battle scars, but it always ends the same. Can't bear the things I've had to face. Got you crying on your knees in pain. Oh, some things never change, never change. Oh, you break your back to make me feel again. Suffocate to make me breathe again. Lose your mind from endless pain. Some things never change, never change. Oh, redemption never came. I stopped asking for forgiveness, cause you should know only fools tread where the angels fear to go, but you keep trying to get too close. Save myself by turning into stone. So save your judgment cause you just don't know. But some things never change, never change. Oh, they say I should feel guilty and change my ways, leaving crumpled bodies in my wake. Swear I didn't mean to make them break. Swear I didn't mean to make them break.
Well, Erangel is done for the evening. 3 Miramar left to go. We're at the halfway point of the evening. A quarter of the way through the finals already. Leaderboards are starting to spice up. So many heavy fragging squads up at the top.
Definitely. We have seen Fade Gaming after a chicken dinner sitting on the first position, just 9 points ahead of the second team, Polish Power, who didn't get chicken dinner yet, but they have been fragging so consistently, and it's really nice to see them performing tonight. Obviously, Entropic and Team Vic on the third and fourth position, really close with the points there. It's going to be interesting how this is going to continue by the end of the night.
Yep, it's going to be an interesting one. Obviously, switching over to Miramar, it feels like in previous rounds, we've had a lot of squads that have done well on one map, maybe struggled on the other. Do you think that's going to be true for Miramar? Do you think there's going to be a lot of squads coming out here tonight and really stepping it up now we switch over to the second half of the evening?
Definitely could be. Some of the teams have been performing really well on Miramar, and I'm expecting a lot, to be honest, to see from Team Entropic, which have been traditionally playing so well on Miramar. So with the positioning that they have, with the zones, whenever with the positions where they usually jump, it's going to look interesting to see how they're going to rotate into the zones, especially if the zones go a little bit south, where around Los Leones, they're going to have really nice matches. And I mean, we're talking about the team that is obviously wanting to get one of those first places in this whole tournament.
Yeah, match number 4 underway over here on Miramar. Off to the island for the cinematic shots this time. Thank you very much, Kovo. I need a vacation.
Definitely, we can then speculate a little bit that the plane is going to go from this side as well, all the way from the east directly towards west across the middle of the map. Really nice plane for majority of this team, and maybe not for the teams that have to jump northern from San Martin, but I mean, we're talking about the map, which is really big, so majority of these teams are going to be able to find at least some alternative looting spot if they're not going to be able to get to their destination. Couple of teams already jumped. TH traditionally now jumping immediately, going towards El Azahar. They're going to have a nice looting phase for themselves. Team Fade, who got double chicken dinner this first match of the Miramar, going to Puerto Paraíso. Interesting jump for them. They're going to be able to rotate. It's going to be a long rotation, but usually rotating all the way around from this, I like to call them highways. It's a good rotation to make, especially on Miramar, which can be such a tough map to rotate on if you opt for off-roading.
Yeah, it's a brutal one, but you never know. We've seen a lot of awkward circles here in the Samsung Odyssey Masters, so there's every opportunity that they end up being dead center with just the way things are going, and of course,
yeah, definitely,
it's the only way, isn't it? With a circle like that,
circle. There is hope for you, Shanks, to see the craziest circle yet in our Samsung Odyssey, but let's not draw some conclusions. It's a very low percentage that this circle actually goes towards the islands. It's not unheard of, but it's super rare. Obviously, it would be super exciting for us to cast that, but it's still a long way to go. Vorix here trying to get into the compound. He saw one player parachuting down relatively close to him, but he didn't decide to pursue. He just took the car and decided to loot the compound. Meanwhile, Tommy Gun here runs away towards somewhere. Not exactly sure where does he want to go to, but maybe just hide until someone just maybe picks him up.
I mean, it wouldn't be a bad play, is it, when you're out like this on your own? It's one thing maybe going for the compound, trying to get some loot. It's another thing when you just land at a really bad compound like that in terms of loot. Sure, you know, you can kind of get away with spot looting over here on competitive settings on Miramar, but I don't think you can really get away with getting caught out in the open like that. But it looks like he's going to pull it off. I got to say, though, Bricks has tried to pull into this compound, even though BPH are all here. Or maybe it was the other way around, but BPH are just posted up right now as the nades, mollies all coming through. Little do they know Bricks is out the back, just waiting right now.
Yeah, Bricks kind of like decided to push out of the compound, and he's still sitting on the edge of the wall. Obviously, BPH knew there's someone here, but they don't know his position right now. They wanted to get this position for themselves. It's kind of like deep in the zone, so obviously nice place to have early in the game as well. However, Bricks is in a tough position. Maybe if he notices this motorcycle on his left, maybe he's gonna be able to kind of like yoink it and run away from here. However, he's just gonna have to lay super low, not make any noise until BPH just decides to call it a quit. Maybe like, okay, guys, he's gone, and then Bricks is gonna have his chance to somehow get away from here.
All it's going to take is one player to spot him out, though, and his game is all but over. As much as you want to be optimistic and be like, oh, he can maybe get a couple kills, 1 versus 4 in this position when you really haven't a chance to loot much. I mean, just look at these players right now. It wouldn't surprise me to see him go down, and I think the chance of him actually making it out would be very slim. You can see BPH, though, still being cautious. Shotguns, M4s in hand, just sweeping through, playing for trades as you should. Just still completely unaware, though.
Yeah, Bricks didn't make any noise in the meantime. And also, it's important to notice that BPH, they're losing so much time right now in trying to find that one player. Their gear is not optimal for the rest of the match. And even if they manage to find this kill, they're going to lose a lot of time to try and get this. Bricks down, as I'm saying. Friday managed to find him, and they can have this compound for themselves. However, they're gonna have to go to the closest compounds as well and gonna try to get some more loot, because obviously shotguns and Uzis, it's not gonna be enough if the zone shifts away from this compound. And meanwhile, Team Snip in a rotation as well. Team Entropic really close in rotation. They're maybe gonna meet each other. I was definitely heard car going, but he's probably going to just give information to his team and hold his horses, because I don't think he wants to be heard here, because he's sitting in the middle of the open map and just, yeah, as I'm talking, he's kind of like just chilling. Gave info that one team rotated and that Team Entropic are gonna have to find their way towards the safe as well.
Yep, now though the zone, it's pulled off to the east. Still, every team has to try and make their way through, but Vascu going to be posted up here, tries to go for a spray, gives away his position to Snip, going to try and start getting aggressive onto it. Sinister actually lands a couple shots, tries to give chase, so does Highman, but it's not going to be enough to actually connect, as he will be able to get over to safety to the rest of Hall of Game, but that was a close one for Vascu.
Vasco, if he didn't react that literally immediately as these two cars drew by, he would be in a lot of trouble. But Vasco, great player, managed to get away from there, got together with his team who are sitting on the south side of the circle on the hangars. Not the best position, obviously, but they can still make it work. Snip managed to find their way into the middle of the zone as well, gonna sit on the mountains just above Impala as well. So potentially if the circle shifts away towards them, even if the crazy circle happens, like what we were saying, the island one, they're gonna be the first one who are gonna be able to rotate and maybe potentially get a boat and go there. Cryptova as well, they're playing quite a big spread. I'm seeing only two players from Cryptova here. I think the other teammates didn't even get closer to them, and maybe I'm just wrong. I see there's 61 alive, so we didn't have a couple of players connecting in the lobby. It could be one of those.
It could be. Duffy, what a spray right there to be able to catch that solo player out on his own. Nicely done to be able to pick up a kill, but Tattoo Honeys right now over on the east, I am really concerned about them, honestly, with the way that they've been playing. It's not what I've come to expect from them. It definitely felt like in the past they've done better on Miramar, so that could absolutely be a factor tonight, but it's far from ideal, is it?
Yeah, definitely. And I mean, with this zone being so tough on everybody, if we look at the map, so many teams are already just trying to find their way towards the coast. We are having the whole west side of the circle quite open for. We are seeing still M4s. They need to get into the zone as well, and team TB rotating all the way from El Pozo as well. But as I'm saying, like middle of the circle is kind of like stacked right now. Players are getting. Players are losing spots to play right now. As I'm saying, Lucarux here finds one of the players from BPH. He doesn't quite connect the shots, but he's alone here, so he's going to be very, very careful. But meanwhile, he finds the knock on Friday. He's going to push very aggressively. He's seen that it was only two players getting into this compound, and knowing Lucarux, he wants to get rid of them ASAP.
Lucarux just there, holding that angle. Little did he know just how close he was to actually finding the kill. QB also watching out as they are going to try and close down that distance, and Tropic working as a unit right now the way they should. The way that it feels like at times many teams haven't been able to. Nail Up is the one who actually finds the knock in the end. So BPH down two more players. As I have no idea where the rest of the squad even are. It seems like it's beyond all salvage right now.
Yeah, BPH in a lot of trouble, and I mean, it's also quite important to notice that Fade managed to get a couple of players from Suckers. They got stuck in a rotation, it seems like, or rather ambushed by Fade. Really nice shots, and now the last player from team Stuckers is gonna have to try to reconsider his route because his teammates already managed to push through, but with this roadblock here, he's just gonna have to opt for getting on the hill. Meanwhile, this zone is gonna soon be closing, and should we send prayers for like the craziest circle yet?
I mean, I'm keeping my fingers crossed. I'm not going to say what circle it is that I want, but I think that anyone who's watched PUBG Esports knows exactly what circle I'm hoping for. Zico is going to be able to take down Squeaky. One bullet left in his gun. When he does that, as Boynius opened up a couple shots in his direction. He's trying to go for the reposition. If he maybe peeked out a little further there, he would have been able to spot the player, but it seems like Snip have no idea. All of those players are watching from his west, which means that they don't have a good line of sight. As Boynius hops into the vehicle, it's going to be Box Bob that hears the shots, and well, he's more than happy to third party. Really long range, but really effective shots from Grindmore.
Yeah, he found a super long knock there, and I'm not sure if he's going to be able to confirm that, even how far, considering how far is that. There are going to be some smokes happening from Team Snip, and maybe they're going to be able to help Zico in the process. Meanwhile, Grindmore, they have a decent positioning for themselves. They took the hangars from north side of Impala, so they have quite a lot of playable area as well. We were talking about the craziest circle, yet, however, it decided to rotate back all the way hard shift towards north. Even El Al-Zahar is still in the playable area, and it's going to be interesting to see how these teams are going to position themselves. Team Polish Power in the middle of the zone. It's going to look very good for them. Team Vic as well, kind of in the middle of the zone, while all of these teams from the south side of the circle are going to have a really hard shift, really hard rotation for them.
Stuckers now try to defend, but it looks like they're going to be stuck in the compound. A squeaky falls to Zeko. Can more follow? Two-head in the vehicle. Doesn't look like he's really going to try and get involved on this, as Boynius maybe realizing it is all but over. Wants to try and salvage a couple kills anyways. The Molotov going to be landing dangerously close there to Zico. It's not going to be enough to find the kill, but the AK maybe will. One more bullet would have done it, but it's going to be Zico that comes out on top yet again. Stuckers down to just a solo, and he is nowhere to be found. But look at this. They hear the shots. They want to get involved, but Nixie spotted one out. Maybe those two players up the top, though, can start to cause some trouble, provided Hyman doesn't see them, but that's exactly what he does. Lands the damage, and now Fade maybe realizing they've got themselves in a tricky position.
Yeah, Fade wanted to get closer to that fight and potentially try to third party, but Team Snip had a really good positioning for themselves with two players still up on the top of the hill. Fade did not expect that, so right now they're going to have to reconsider their play. They're just sitting outside of the circle, so this fight is not something that both of these teams are looking for, but it seems like it's going to be inevitable unless they find a way to rotate out of here, which doesn't look quite possible for Team Snip since they're sitting all the way on the lowest part of the playable area. Meanwhile, Sinister under a lot of fire right now. Nixie getting super close to Fade, and he's going to try to make a difference. He's on the flank. I don't think they're even ready for him. Nixie finds one knock on Luke. He's probably going to push that a little bit further. As Sinister got knocked, he's probably going to get help. But Nixie here making a lot of trouble right now as Fade managed to get back from that. And Maron finds Nixie right now. Maybe a little bit too aggressive right now. Luke is probably going to get some help as well. It's a tough one for both of these teams. It's a tough one.
It really is. Clemson going to try and make a bit of a wrap here to do some damage onto the player that was knocked, but Sinister has already been picked up by Zico. He's going to be getting revived in no time. So Snip only really going to be down one player right now once they've got him back into the fight. But Clemson out on his own as his Hyman could cause some major problems for the squad, as Hyman just going to be sneaking up behind. Knows that Fade are down here somewhere, but hasn't been able to land any shots just yet. As Sinister gets in the vehicle and plans to get away, it looks like they're just going to leave Hyman to figure himself out. But Clemson there to deny it. Nice spray onto Sinister as he will be getting flushed out. Snip down to a duo.
Clemson managed to find a really nice knock and finish there on Sinister. I'd like to see that on replay if it's going to be possible. Hyman here all alone. I'm not even sure he has a vehicle to rotate with. He's just deep in the zone right now with all four players from Fade just in front of him. It's going to be really hard to kind of like get into the zone all on his own as Zico sits in just inside of the zone. He's going to probably wait for his teammate to somehow join if that's going to be possible. The next zone shifted towards Junkyard, looking really well for the team at TB right now. So it's going to be interesting to see how these two teams are going to play it out. Zico now waiting for Team Fade to rotate into the safe, and he tried to get some of the shots done, but it's really far. Meanwhile, he managed to find Luke. What a great knock for him. And now Team Fade -1 player. Him and now from the Toxic trying to get both knocks, and he manages to do that. What a great play from Hyman. Amazing performance right now. Team Snip is going to try to capitalize on that. They know there's 3 knocks that happened just now, and Zico is pushing very aggressively towards the Toxic because only Duff stayed alive.
Zico there trying to sponge out any kill that he can. Hyman going to be able to do some damage, but Zico ends up falling. It leaves Duff as the solo here for Fade until Luke has got himself a heal off and is really back in the fight to do anything. He does that just in time, though, going to try and work his way in, but realizes the threat is from behind. Doesn't maybe see the player inside the shack, but I'll tell you what, Luke's being spotted. He goes down to the play zone. Hyman eliminates Duff, and that's Fade out in 15th position. After a really good start, things not going their way now.
Oh my god, it was a fight that these teams, they kind of like didn't want to take, but they had to at the end, and what a great position. We were afraid for Hyman there. Is he going to be able to get into the zone? But it kind of like paid off to be so late and so behind because he managed to get all of those knocks done and happen for his team all the way from the back. So kind of sometimes it pays off to be a little bit patient, but now he's going to be having quite a difficult time to get into the safe because he's all alone. His team does have a couple of kills, obviously. obviously, but he stayed alone. But let's talk a little bit about M-Force as they're fighting BPH. They are just on the edge of the zone, and they want to clear this compound.
Nade gonna come out here from Vorix. It looks close, but is it gonna connect? Seemingly not. The spray, though, certainly does. Adluge goes down as Ace lands a little bit more damage, but it's not to be. Vorix ends up falling as BPH eliminated out in 14th. M-Force were just about able to pick up those kills, but now with only 2 players left up and a big rotation left ahead of them, Tattoo Honey's out on the east with only Michael left standing. The smokes are there to try and get some cover, but he can't really move from this rock without Vic getting involved from behind and causing some trouble. He runs down the hill, tries to get to safety, but he takes a lot of damage in the meantime.
Yeah, they're being sandwiched by Team Grindmore and a team of Vic on the north side, and definitely not a good position for Michael to be at the moment. He's gonna have to try to rotate out of there. I don't know if he has any vehicles that have tires, as well as sometimes vehicles can get destroyed in this compound since it's in the lower part, considering all the hills around it. But Team Vic here, we're looking at the replay right now. Double managed to find a really nice knock there on Savara, and continued, got another knock as well. A lot of damage came from Vic from Double here, and he did majority of the work in viping most part of this team.
Now, the zone is pulled up to the northeast. This is so open. Polish Power have a really good position to work out of now. They can do a lot of damage onto a hell of a lot of squads when the rotation comes through. They continue to do that. Marslick taken down. Tommy Gun Sabir fella's going to be losing another one. Not the way you wanted things to go, as Phase 4 just slowly starts to creep through, and Tropic creeping themselves, realizing M-Force are up to their north, but not knowing just how many players there are. They're a little bit concerned to get involved. Diamond fall out in 13th as 12 teams remain. Naylor finally able to spot out Ace, goes for the spray, but it doesn't work out. Ivers, now's the time to strike, but he plays passive. It works out in the end, though. Ace goes down, but now M-Force, they are backfilling. Dogs is spinning all over the place in his vehicle. Ivers still tries to go for the kill. He gets himself some damage, switches over to the mini, but Dogs is down at the vehicle. The nade comes out. Is it going to be enough to connect? It certainly looks close. Pinned down from behind. Ivers going to fall to zone. Naylor's still in it, but he's in such an off angle. He's not able to do anything. The nade lands. Dogs just goes down, but Kleiderman is still up in position to hold him out. And the spray, well, it just doesn't land.
Oh my god, what is going on here right now? And Tropic down to only Nylop, who is going to have to take his time to get this heal off. Kleineman obviously holding his way towards the safe. In the meantime, we lost Dogzer as well. So many players now going down for both of these teams, obviously, and Tropic continued. And Tropic got into this fight with only 2 men standing, but it's not looking well for either of these teams right now. Meanwhile, we're watching the fight between Grindmore. Bob got knocked in the process, and Nakey here is going to try to put down some smokes. They're getting pushed by the zone. They're being held by Team Hall of Game right now, and it just doesn't look well for the Team GM.
It really does not. Ikris still up here for Grindmore to watch from behind, but they realize that Hall of Game are going to cause them some serious problems. Big spray comes through. It's not enough to get the kill, and finally Hyman from behind gets involved. Ikris going to be falling. It leaves only Bly left up, or left prone, I should say, for Grindmore as the nade starts to come over the top. I think Hall of Game maybe think this player is a whole lot closer than he actually is.
Yeah, Hyman here making such a huge difference for Team GM from the back. Hyman has been playing this whole match from Toxic, and it's working well for him right now. It all depends on how many heals he has left. Bly, last man standing for Team Grindmore, is going to try to rotate away from here, but as I'm saying this, Snip manages to find him. They eliminate him on the 10th position. Hyman also goes down at the same time, and Team Hog are going to continue with 3 men alive. They have a huge rotation to make because the circle shifted away from there, and Team Cryptoa is already sitting at that southern part of the circle. It's going to be interesting to see how are they going to be able to get their rotation, because we know this circle can be quite tricky for so many teams, but right now it's looking really good for Team, I gotta say again, Polish Power sitting in the middle of the circle, looking really well for them. Couple of more teams, they have some compounds to work with, while Team Vic and Hog are sitting in the cars right now. They're going to have to find their way towards the safe, and it's gonna be a tough one with Cryptova shooting at you.
It's really going to be a tough one as Hall of Game now also starting their rotation. Proggy actually called out by Hall of Game. Nicely done there to return that fire. But the question now becomes, is it going to be enough as Hall of Game get themselves over to relative safety? They just need to hope that Cryptova don't pull up on this hill because they'll be caught in a pinch. But maybe, though, just maybe Double is the player that they need to be concerned about as the spam comes through. Kadrilla goes down. So does Karks. Only one player now left up for Hall of Game, but he's just being peppered from all around. And now Cryptova looking to backfill.
Looks like a really great night for Double here. He has been getting those knocks and kills done tonight. 5 kills already in this match for him. 6 in total for Team Vic as they continue to push and put pressure on Team Hog right now. This frag grenade seemed like it bounced exactly where it should, but it's just inside of the shack. But in the meantime, Team Cryptova from the back sandwiching Team Hog, and they have no playable area left. It's just a matter of time before Stealthy falls down as well.
That's what you got to think, as Bibin just going to be holding this ridge. Obviously, Proggy falling again is not ideal for Cryptova. Marslick's been able to spot him from behind. It's only going to take one more bullet to finish off the job, but Bibin not being caught right yet, and it doesn't look like Norkis is really in a position to peek himself after getting caught with a serious amount of damage. He's going to be moving down the ridge, but not really anything coming of it just yet, as Marslick tries to move up a little bit more aggressively. He still isn't able to find that line of sight. Norkis also doing the same, but it's just not there as the zone closes in. We'll see where we end up shifting, and Polish Power not really going to have to make a move. The same can't be said for many other squads, although I do feel like Vic now can just play this ridge over on the east relatively easily with no worries about teams behind them.
Definitely great performance by Team Vic as they got another kill for themselves. 6 kills for Double in this match. Amazing performance, and definitely, yes, they're going to be able to play this whole ridge on the eastern side of the circle. So even though it looks pretty well for Polish Power, they have been putting a lot of pressure right now towards the edges of the zone. They want to eliminate as many players as possible as they're trying to find their way into the safe. But right now for Vic, it looks equally good. I would say both these teams have a really nice chance of grabbing that chicken dinner for themselves. Maybe even it goes a little bit more in the favor towards Team Vic because they don't have to fight. Look at the positioning of the Team Polish Power. They are sitting on the left corner, left edge of the circle, and they have a lot of teams. They have to stop a lot of teams from entering into the zone. I'm talking about the whole team at TB, about the whole team Beer as well. From the south, Cryptova is creeping in as well. They're going to have to put a lot of work in if they want to hold this part of the circle.
Yeah, Norka's still up here doing what he can to find a line of sight, but all it's going to take is one of those beer fellas to peek out around the back. I was going to say Verzik was the threat, but it turns out that Cryptova seemed to know about this, and they were able to do some damage. The nade getting ready to come out over the top from Marslick. It certainly looks close as Cryptova. They're taking some damage. They're going to take even more. Proggy goes down. Bibin's left up, but he's got to retreat behind the ridge. Throws down a smoke, but it looks like Proggy's all but done.
Yeah, Bibin has to rotate all the way from the south now. He has no other options because he's seen how much utility has flown his way, and he does not want to risk getting killed, as well as that would mean the end of his team. Meanwhile, Stuckers with two-head Shakur, he's trying to make his way into the safe. He is sitting on the north side of the circle, but look at the TB. They're so thirsty. They want to get rid of him as well, and they know if they manage to close this north side of the circle, he doesn't have anywhere else to go but to potentially fight them. And we are talking about the 1 versus 4 fight, which is probably gonna go towards the side of the 4-man.
You gotta think so. Look, still 6 teams remaining, even though it feels like a lot of just solos left up. I think there's 2 solos left in it right now. As now, Beer fellas are gonna be getting spotted out. Norkis tries to land the spray, but Marslick is there from the off angle to finish off the job. Polish Power making it into the top 5 by eliminating that solo. There's only 1 solo left up. It's gonna be Bibin, and then it is all team on team fight. Sorry, 2 head score still left up as well for Stuckers as The Curvy right now just going to be holding that eastern side, not really too concerned, and well, that zone just suits them down to a T. Polish Power will probably want to get Crunio out of here to group up with the rest of the squad, try and pull up that ridgeline along with the rest of the team, but I think they realize the boys are behind, and before getting that player out of the compound, they need to eliminate this squad.
Yeah, definitely. The boys need to find their way towards the save. They're either there are two options. They either have to go towards team Polish Power or towards team Vic. And let's not forget about the solo guy here, really, really close to them. As I'm saying that Two-Head Shakur finds one knock. However, there's a Micah on the other angle, which confirmed the kill. We're down to 4 teams in this match, our first Miramar of the night, and it's looking really well for Team Vic. I gotta say, they have a lot of control of the circle. Team PP Polish Power, they actually still are having a partially this compound in the zone as well, but it's just a matter of time before they're gonna have to move a little bit towards the middle as well. And even though there is Rich here, let's not forget about the Team TB, which is sitting still on the north side. They don't have a lot of playable area, and it's all gonna come down to the third partying. Actually, whoever gets into the fight first, there's gonna be another team that peeks that and tries to get kills for themselves.
Yeah, I'm really not sure how I feel about Polish Power sending a second player down to the compound when they had a really nice ridgeline to work with, but the boys are going to use that to their most, I guess you could say, as now they start to get over onto the ridge. Norkis is watching out, as is Crunio. I think they have a read that the boys are down here. Oh, this is actually really smart. Having Marslick down below, he's probably heard the footsteps. He's going to hear the util coming out and wants to get aggressive onto this. Micah out in the open is going to be in a bit of an awkward position if spotted, as Meister's also getting spotted. Marslick realizes that he hasn't been, throws up a nade. It lands close to Exvolution. It's not going to be enough to get the knock. One more bullet would have done it, but it's just not enough, and that looks like all of the lethal util out the way. Double, though, coming in for the third party. Might just be the saving grace for Polish Power.
Yeah, definitely. Team Vic decided to third party that. Obviously, let's not forget about the Bibin, who is left all alone there on the south side of the circle as well. And now Team Polish Power under a lot of pressure from multiple sides, only down to Marsalek somehow after having a relatively decent position for themselves. But it looks like Team TB just didn't want to go down so quickly. And it looks like this Molly is really, really close. And Marsalek in a lot of trouble right now. Team Vic also at the same time confirmed 10 kills in this lobby right now, and Polish Power right now eliminated on the third position. We're all down to Team TB versus Vic, which are having super great control over the circle right now, and I just don't see how that will go wrong for them.
The Kirby are just putting out an absolute show. There's no other way to put it right now, as Double opens up with the spray towards Micah. It's not going to be enough to find the kill, but the Curvy, I mean, they've got the high ground there, holding this team up against the wall. They have a good read on where all those players are going to be. Double still holding right there as Free Kill takes down Micah, but Mice is there to take down Dedrix in return, so it's 1-for-1, which means the player advantage still going the way of the Curvy. Is now Double holds up above. The frag grenades will come out, but it's not able to connect. In fact, he ends up just doing damage over to himself, maybe actually trying to deny points right here as he realizes just how tricky of a position he's going to be in. The Curvy still holding Marbo from range. He needs to try and close up, because as much as a man advantage is useful, it's not when you've got a player all the way off to this side, unless he can convert this into the knock. But now the position's away. You got to think that the boys aren't going to peek this.
Yeah, they're definitely not gonna peek that, but I gotta mention the amazing position by Double there on the rooftop. Obviously, the boys are gonna be under a lot of pressure right now, hearing all those footsteps. They know he's on the rooftop, but they don't have angles to fight that. So, and also interesting res there, very brave res by the boys there. There's a lot of smokes right now. Double can't exactly see the positioning of the players, and they are going to be able to get the res off. So they're gonna continue 3 versus 4. However, Double is trying to make the difference by holding this upper part of the villa, and I mean, it's looking so tough for the team, the boys right now, because they have lower ground. They have to get out of the villa. Look at this circle. It's gonna push them anytime now towards the middle of the zone, and I am just, no matter how spread Team Vic is, for Team Boys, it's looking really tough right now to get out of this house.
I really love what Double's doing as well. He very easily could have actually moved up to group up with his team, but instead he's holding back. He realizes, look, this zone is going to force these players out. It's going to force them into a rough position. They're going to be so preoccupied with the rest of my squad that I can just make noise from above and pick up plenty of free kills. And he's just grabbed the first of them right there. Free kill, though, is able to find one of his own, ironically, as now he tries to open up onto a second. That's exactly what he'll do. It's the frag grenade that finishes off the job and gets a 14-kill chicken dinner from the Curvy. They're a team that we knew had potential, but not in that fashion. That was so dominant in the end game.
Absolutely. We were talking about which teams are performing better in Miramar, and it seems like even though Curvy was sitting on a 4th position of leaderboard, this is going to jump them up quite higher up. But before I talk anything about that, let me just talk about this positioning of the double on the rooftop. He kind of like knew that it's a premium position right now, and even though he was also on the edge of the circle, the boys did not have a lot of options, but just get out of the house at some point, which opened enough time for Double to get one knock, for his teammates to get other angles, and it's just an amazing chicken dinner for them. Amazing positioning and impressive 24 points for them.
Yeah, really confident play right there from the Curvy to be able to pick up that chicken dinner, dominate in the end game. There's no other way to put it. That's it for that game. We've still got 2 more to come. Don't go anywhere. We're going to be back in just a couple minutes.
Welcome back to the studio, guys.
Guys, what a game. Number 4, the first Miramar of the day. But before we continue to talk about the game, I think it's time, Amy.
For what?
We have our
I don't know. For what? What do you mean?
I think it is time for our second Samsung Odyssey question giveaway. Okay.
Yeah?
I don't know.
You hyped them up real good, though. I think, is this question maybe a little bit, tiny little bit harder than the previous one?
Just a baby bit. Yes,
Okay.
a baby bit.
So, in order to win, you know what you need to do. Fastest finger first, type your answer, type the correct answer in the chat. Tetka will give you a really nice question. First one to do so gets a 50 euro G2A voucher provided to us by Samsung Odyssey.
Yes. So
What's the question?
Yes, you guys need to be correct. We have to spell this, okay? So the question is, what player has done the most damage in relegation group? But I'm gonna give you a teeny tiny hint. You have the answer on our official tournament website, which is SamsungOdysseyMasters.com. So good luck, you guys, and congratulations. Yes.
Because you're always so quick.
Yes, you're really, really quick. And yes, our lovely moderators will announce the winner in the chat. What did we think of first Miramar of the day?
I'm loving it so far. I have to be honest, I'm loving it so far. The dynamics, I'm really loving it because we kind of thought it was going to be one-sided. I keep saying that,
Yes,
but it really isn't.
Yep.
And another thing, we saw Cryptova yet again. So 4 games in a row, they were in top 4, at least getting those points. You know, if they aren't getting the kills, if they aren't getting the chicken dinners, like at least they got the, you know, the positioning. But we'll see exactly what we mean when we look at the leaderboard.
Let's see.
All right, so we saw the last match. The first one on Miramar went to Curvy. Congratulations, guys, for that chicken dinner. And they have dished out. Yeah, they've dished out some damage. They've gotten some kills. You can see they're now on number 1 spot. They pushed out all the other teams down. They have 51 points so far. And now we're starting to see, you know, sort of who's doing what, who's not doing. Because we see all these other teams, some of our teams that have been invited, like Heat Esports and M-Force, the boys, Grindmore, they're after spot number 10. And we're actually seeing Fady Gaming, who have gotten here from relegations, have that 2 chicken dinners, still keeping up with the kills, but now it's a little bit more of a, you know, difference in the points. Entropic is on spot number 4 with 35. Still no chicken dinner for Entropic. Kind of weird. Polish Power, they had a lot of kills in the beginning. Hall of Game as well had a little promising game, but it didn't turn out to be their game. Stalkers, they had that one chicken in there, but they aren't holding up so well. Yeah, they aren't holding up so well in the other 3 games. But actually, let's take a look at the kills now.
Let's see if something changed here. We have double with 18 kills. He's farming those kills on spot number 1. He put Nail Up on spot number 2. Then we have Marcelek, we have Duff, and Vasco from Hall of Game coming in 5th. Let's see the damage.
Yeah, he really got those skills.
Amazing,
double. Of course, now we can see him on spot number 1 with 2k damage. Spot number 2, still Nylip is here, just pushed out by a couple of points from double. We have Duff, those nades. We saw that. Dished out a lot of damage.
Kobe.
Marcelek still here in number 4 spot, and of course Marbo still holding on to that 5th spot. But it looks like there's going to be some more changes. Like it looks like there's so much breathing room right now still. Right? Like we saw the situations that happened, and there can be still a lot of turnovers. Till the end of the day, we still do have 2 games to go. So we have match number 5 and match number 6. That's right, finals. It's a +1 game. So we'll have also 3 Miramars today. So what do you think so far, Tetka?
I've never expected for the Kurvi to be in the spot that they are right now, but I think the map switcheroo might have something to do with it. So when the map switches, you never know who's gonna rise from the ashes. But I believe it is time for our game number 5. We're gonna go on a short break, and afterwards, we'll take you to Sansan and Chunk. See you guys.
Suffocate, don't make me breathe again. Lose your mind from endless pain. Some things never change, never change. Oh, redemption.
One's a company, two's a crowd, three's a party coming, move around like fresh when the school is out, when the booze is up, when the sun is down. Enjoy the ride, get some pillows in the Chevy. Just like a darling, low hitting heavy. Take your time, let me know when you're ready. Couple months I've been messing with this steady. Open for plans tonight. Lost in the afterglow. Oh, girl, your love for me keeps calling me, so I'm calling you. Lord, give me love to find. I long for your company. Oh, girl, your love for me is a part of me, my biology. Yeah, it won't be over till the fat lady sings. I owe you a trip, cause me and you, we got a thing. My sunshine state, hair curly like a string. Just a big ol' ooh, smile, that's about all you gotta bring. So enjoy the ride, got some pillows in the Chevy. Just like a darling, loaded and heavy. Take your time, let me know when you're ready.
First Miramar down. I think it's fair to say that a team that kind of flew under the radar for the first 3 games has come alive. It was something we talked about as a potential, but I don't think we expected one team to come out and kick off their Miramar so strong.
Great match for them, great Miramar, and obviously a well-deserved first place on the leaderboard for them right now. It's just a matter of time to see now what's going to happen in the next two games of our first day of the finals, because it seems like some of the teams are definitely waking up, and Vikurvi is definitely one of them.
Yeah, really impressive to watch right there. The question now becomes which other teams are going to be able to step up. I spoke about Tattoo Honey so much earlier on, and I'm going to talk about them again because why wouldn't you? They're a team that started off over in the qualifiers on Erangel, having very mediocre at best performances. And then in the space of 1 or 2 games, they managed to jump a huge way up the leaderboard and start picking up a lot of frags. That was over on Miramar. So I'm looking at them as a team to maybe start improving pretty rapidly tonight because I'm a little bit concerned, I'll be honest.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, from what we've seen in the qualification phase, some of these teams they have been having some really great nights, and we can obviously talk about a team a Diamond as well, who managed to grab 4 chicken dinners out of 10 matches in the qualification phase. We haven't been seeing them performing too well tonight. They're sitting on the 8th position as well, and obviously a lot of these teams they got stuck. They got stuck in our ear as well, and we have seen amazing performances by them. And of course, we're expecting more from all of these teams, especially the teams that are sitting on the bottom side of the leaderboard.
Yeah, well, match number 5 of the evening is underway. Let's hop over to Miramar and see what our flight path is looking like. But first, as always, see what Kovo's flight path is looking like. As always, is he going all the way up the tower? He's got the birds in and everything. Oh, he's just showing off now.
Definitely great angle by Kovo as always, and I gotta give him a huge props. I've seen some of the comments in the chat how he might be missing a couple of the fights, but let me remind you, we're talking about very competitive PUBG here, and at some point there is going to be so many action on the map. It's actually impossible for one person to cover fight from literally 10 teams fighting at the same time.
To be able to do it as a solo is really impressive. So big up Kovo. I feel like we talk about it every single night, but I think the observers are like the unsung heroes of PUBG. So credit to him for being able to catch so much action in such a messy lobby, because it's hard to predict sometimes. As much as you like to get a read on teams and you get an idea of how they play, we all know what PUBG is like. It is so unpredictable at times. So it's hard to read when those fights are going to happen. So being able to have an observer like that, it helps.
Yeah, absolutely. And not only that, we're talking about so many teams starting to fight at the very same time. We're talking about phase 4, phase 5, phase 6 of the game. And at some point, like no matter how good you are, you just can't get angles from all the 4 players in 10 different teams. So, like, as I said, huge props to him for making all of this. He's making our job definitely easier as he, no matter what, he manages to find so many amazing angles and so much amazing like areas where he can cover the fights from, and he's definitely making our job way easier with his amazing skills. Meanwhile, Circle rotated super north. So many teams have to make a rotation. However, it looks like a great circle for Fade, as well as a couple of team Cryptova are going to be able to rotate as well from Hacienda. Relatively easy. A team Polish Power sitting in the middle of San Martin. Maybe not the easiest rotation out of there if you're going to have team Fade somehow trying to stop them. But I feel like there's still a lot of rotations and ways to go towards the north. They're probably going to be able to get out of the city as well. Meanwhile, all of the other teams sitting on the south side of the circle, it's going to be a tough one for them.
Yeah, I think for a lot of those more Western teams, they go for the wide rotate all the way around past Pozo. But I think for the Eastern teams, it's not as much of an option. It would be a huge detour to try and make here. So I would expect them to maybe come in past water treatment. So those hillsides going to be heavily contested. For the Southern teams, though, you really got to wonder, okay, what are they going to be able to do here? It's going to be an extremely hard game to actually try and make something out of here. So maybe just go frag heavy, go in from that Southern side where you know there's going to be a bunch of teams and just try and fight through.
Yeah, definitely. There are options to rotate. What do you say to do those wide rotations on the side? But it's always also a risky one as well. Maybe some of these teams are gonna meet each other on the way. We're talking about 1, 2, 3, 4, like 6, 7 teams that will have to enter from either left or probably from the left side, and we're talking about 4 or 5 teams that are gonna have to enter from the right side of the circle as well. Now, let's not forget about the teams. Maybe some of these teams who are already on the edge of the circle, maybe they're gonna set up some ambush because we're talking about Miramar. There are some rotations that you are able to pull off, but we know it's very tough to rotate super far on Miramar with all those bumpy ridges, etc. So a lot of teams are opting to go from the main roads, and if you have a team such as Fade did earlier in the previous game, such as Fade managed to get a roadblock just around Puerto Paraíso and Impala, that's how some of these teams can maybe set up a roadblock and potentially grab a couple of those kills for themselves.
Yeah, it's going to be a tricky one. And I mean, look, a lot of teams rotating early. I think Polish Power, when we looked at the map, were one that sprang to mind. They were rotating at about the 3.5 minute mark now. And Tropic to be all the way down in Los Leones, leaving it late, I think that they are, if I had to take a guess just from the way that they're playing this, going to go very frag heavy in this match, not necessarily go for placement in the way that those northern teams are, realizing that they are going to have to fight their way through. So if you're going to do that, it is just best practice a lot of the time to rotate a little bit later, sure, tank a tiny bit of blue damage, boost up to battle it, and then actually get yourself plenty of decent loot to be able to take those fights in the late game.
Yeah, and it's also important to mention maybe that one of their players, Ivas, is all the way on the south of the map on the little island. I don't know what happened. Probably got disconnected or something. So he's looting Los Higos, and he's gonna have even crazier rotation as well. While I'm talking about it, Team Vic in the rotation as well already. They're going to try and get top of the hill, a really nice playable area there. Obviously, if they get there earlier, they're gonna have a really nice overview of what is going on in a couple of 100 meters radius, so definitely a premium position for themselves. Most of these teams already started the rotation. Southern teams, as I'm speaking, most of them in the rotation. Apart from Team GM, they're still just kind of like easily looting the very south side of the circle. But while I'm talking about that, we lost Marsalek. What happened there? I didn't manage to catch that since I was looking at the map.
Yeah, Fade actually did a really good job to be able to split up Polish Power right there, catching a solo up on the northern side and then going for the second player instead on rotation, which led to them unfortunately not being able to actually rotate up to Cappy's position as a 4-man and now being stuck as a 2 and a solo, which is really never ideal. But it was smart play from Fade to be able to catch that player on rotation and cause problems for Polish Power.
Yeah, Team Hog now in the rotation, and there is a one roadblock that I was talking about earlier. I've seen a couple of M-Force players all the way down southern of them, but Team Hog decided to rotate over the dirt road towards Pecado, so there is not going to be anything from this roadblock that M-Force had prepared for them. And meanwhile, Team Fate playing split. As you mentioned earlier, they're having two prior compounds for themselves. Obviously, if they do just enough noise to let everybody know this is taking, they're not going to have a lot of trouble right now, and potentially great for themselves. Yeah, this was the knock that I was missing out. What a great ending for Marsalek. They're maybe not great for Marsalek, but really nice for the viewers and us. Thank you so much, production, for catching that replay for us.
That was insane. With the 2x to be able to 2-tap him out of the Murado, someone needs to check this, man. He's clearly been using too much visualettes. So really nicely done on the rotate right there. Beautiful. No, because now we get into really the nitty-gritty of Phase 1, where teams finally start to get themselves decent hillsides. Teams that maybe weren't in the ideal position in terms of getting into the zone, now finally starting to get involved and make something happen. I am a little bit concerned about Stuckers and how they are playing this low, because they have the hillside, instead opting to send Boynius down as a solo to this compound, and now sending Miksu as well. It feels like they're maybe going to go for a bit of a split, and this is not the kind of compound that is known for being easy to rotate out of to get up that hill.
Yeah, it feels like it's going to be a tough one for them. Obviously, they decided to do a 2 split with other two team members up on the hill, sharing the same hill more or less as a couple of players from the boys. However, it's a huge hill, so like let's rather call it a mountain instead. So still a lot of playable area for all of these players. Meanwhile, Team BPH, they're anticipating that the zone is going to go towards La Cobreria. So they're maybe gonna opt to find their spot at the edge of the city, or maybe even just rotate through and go all the way on the northern side of the circle. Very interesting to see. They're definitely counting on the fact that the circle can go that way. In that case, they have a lot of playable area for themselves, obviously.
Yeah, BPH are going to try and salvage themselves something. It actually looks like they're going to go for a bit of a crossroads split here, so really banking on that northern shift. I'm not sure how well that will work out for them, but you know, when you get those northern zones, if you're a team that actually banks on it early, takes a really big gamble, and it does go up there, it pays dividends. So you've got to hope for their sake that it absolutely will. We'll see, though, as the zone continues to close. In about 45 seconds, we will get our answer. But for now, it's just all about Prorix up on the hill, laying down fire, just making sure that no one even attempts to challenge Heat in this really strong high ground position.
Yeah, Team Heat has huge split. They're sitting on two opposite mountains. We're talking about the split, which is almost kilometer wide. So interesting choice for them. Obviously, I wanted to talk a little bit about teams that had to rotate all the way from the south. We haven't seen wide rotations, as you said, on the left side of El Pozo or all around Cruz de Valle, potentially Torre Ahumada. M-Force got into the zone through Monte Nuevo and the right side of El Pozo, so they're going to just sit on the edge of the circle. Team Entropic still outside of the circle. They started shooting towards Team GM, which is just sitting in the zone in front of them, potentially closing the rotation path towards Entropic. But I mean, still 63 people alive, 16 teams as well. We haven't seen any kills apart from that amazing kill on Marsalek with a 2x. So all of these teams are just trying to find their place under the stars. We can see how stacked the mid is, and right now it's looking very, very interesting. So many teams are actually playing split right now. Team Hawk, Team Vic, Fade were playing split as well. Team Stuck, but right now it seems like they're trying to consolidate and trying to get closer to each other because they know how tough this zone is going to be.
Absolutely. Hyman there with Nixie to take down two from the dudes, as they are going to be getting eliminated. The rest of Snit back up. Not really needed, though, with the way things are currently looking, as they will consolidate over in this compound. Phase 2 has popped, and it will cause problems for some teams. Two of those teams going to be Grindmore and Hall of Game. Even though they don't really need to make a major rotation, it's still going to be tricky, and, well, you don't want to be sharing this compound for too much longer.
Yeah, definitely. This compound is a tough one to play out. It's relatively spread as well. So if you have teams sitting in the opposite tier 3 buildings, this fight can take a long time. Stealthy knows there's a player just next to him, as his teammate Karks got knocked on the opposite side. However, Karks has a lot of support from this side, as he has two more his teammates just next to him. Vasco is trying to find some angle towards some players from a GM, but it's kind of like it's a tough one. It's a tricky one because there are not a lot of angles to peek, and obviously the angles that you can't peek, you can rest assured that they're going to be well guarded.
You got to make that assumption, as, I mean, Grindmore, they try to find just any angle they can right now, but there really isn't much for them to work with in the grand scheme of things. The zone is closing through, and M-Force just completely control that western side. The Elbow Hill is just theirs to run.
Yeah, it's actually interesting to see, because we know what rotation M-Force had to make all the way from the south side of the circle, and with a little bit of luck and with all those teams anticipating that the circle is going to go more north, M-Force has a lot of playable area for themselves. If they get a little bit lucky with the circle shifting to them, it's gonna look like a really good match for them. And meanwhile, still the fight between Grindmore and a Team Hog is continuing, as GM, I mean, they're trying to find some areas to work with. But as I said, if players are not peaking the tier 3 building, there's not much to work with unless you have tons of utility maybe that you can throw. But obviously at the same time, they know that there's still 56 players alive, so none of these teams want to quite risk it. We were talking about the whole of game sitting on the 5th position, Grindmore sitting on the 10th position. Grindmore had a really good first match tonight, but they haven't been so consistent in the rest of the night, so they maybe want to take things a little bit slower, as Nakey there gets a couple of hits, but he manages to survive, as they kind of like split it half and half. One team in the tier 3 building on the southern eastern side, and one team on the western side.
Yeah, it's going to be brutal. I mean, most teams, I don't think there's a single team outside of Tattoo Honeys that didn't have a player inside of this zone. I think it is going to be rough for some teams. They are going to have to consolidate out on the very edge, which obviously is never ideal. But for others, I think they're going to be pretty happy. I think for the majority of these teams, they are going to be pretty happy with this one. Tattoo Honey is not going to be one of them as they start their rotate through. It looks like they're actually going to be making themselves a bit of crash here over on towards Team Heat. Ribbons is going to be there, but no, instead they pull off to the side, chasing up Cryptova. So they try to go for the seat swap. Can Savara land something? No, he can't, but Michael certainly can, getting third party from behind. Heat getting involved. The Savara now caught out in no man's land. This is not the position to be in as Mr. Lucky tries to move through. Knows there's going to be a Cryptova player here. Goes for the Jiggle Peak. Should be able to hear the footsteps, but isn't able to make anything as he ends up getting traded out.
Rossi managed to find that knock really calmly, considering he's the only last man standing for his team. And both of these teams got a lot of casualties in the meantime. Also, Team Cryptova, they were trying to rotate up that hill the same time as Team TH. And I couldn't happen but notice that you're pushing this really high hill with the worst vehicle in game, which doesn't have enough power to push that vehicle any faster than maybe 10 kilometers per hour. And obviously, it they just got cancelled mid hill. But meanwhile, Hog now in a lot of trouble. They got third party as well by the team EQ, and now Grindmore is trying to make advantage out of it. Vasco under a lot of pressure right now as Box Bob is trying to push into the tier 3.
The Molotov lands beautifully there over on Tabasco. It's not going to be enough to get the knock, but Box Bob, smart enough to realize the player's going upstairs, just holds that angle, lands the shots, gets the kill. Really nicely done as Grindmore will finally be able to finish off that job. Entropic, though, still alive, and well, they've got themselves the revive, so Grindmore, while they can hold this compound a little bit longer, they are going to have to move, and there is a squad, a pretty strong squad at that, right ahead of them.
Yeah. Team Entropic trying to rotate a little bit deeper in the zone. They know there is one more team is sitting in at the compound, and they do not want to be part of that fight, especially knowing that M-Force is sitting just on the north ridge of them. So right now, tough rotation for them. They're getting under a lot of fire. Lucarux on half HP. Kube also on a little bit less than half HP. I was here last man for Entropic as well. In the rotation, they're gonna find a little deep to work with, but they want to opt to get a little bit better position than that. And Kube is, as I'm speaking, trying to get a little bit better position, a little compound down on the very crossing, which I seen them sometimes playing. Not the best position to be at, but at least they are safer now.
Always look on the bright side at the end of the day is M-Force. Well, they're going to struggle to find one. They've lost Kleineman in a really tricky position, but maybe that nade will be the bright side that they were looking for. Bunyas does end up going down to the frags, so M-Force should be able to get themselves a bit of a revive as Cryptova do fall. Ace is still there providing fire support, providing that cover. It looks like Kleineman, though, potentially about to bleed out if he isn't revived quickly, but just about going to survive that as the fire, well, one more tick would have eliminated him.
Yeah, this was a great clutch revive. I kind of thought we were going to lose Kleineman there in the process, but really nice help, immediate help from his teammate. And right now, M-Force is looking relatively okay. The zone shifted away from them, however, so they're going to have to get done with this fight as soon as possible. And we're talking about the fight versus Team Stalkers, which, as I mentioned earlier before, they played a huge split. Their other two teammates are on the northern side, kilometer away from there, so they're definitely not going to be able to get the help. But M-Force here, they probably are aware that it's not the full squad that they're fighting against, but they still have a long way to go towards the save, so I'm not sure if they're gonna opt to fight or to rotate as we speak. Team Diamond, meantime, we expect a lot from Team Diamond, especially after their performance in the relegation phase. However, they're sitting on the 8th position, 19 points for them, and maybe this is the game, maybe this is the game for them to show themselves and to prove us maybe that they can and they have capability to do well tonight.
The question is, are they going to be able to do that in such a short time frame? Team Diamond prepping the nades. They're going to come over the top. They're close to grind, more dangerously close, in fact, as they do the damage, but no kills coming through. So not really going to be able to make too much happen as the smoke starts to come down. Team Diamond, we've spoke about this in the past with this squad, looking a little bit hesitant, in my opinion. They're not really getting aggressive, even though they know where the players are. Sure, they don't have a vehicle to be able to close that gap, but they know they had a player knock. They know that all they had to do was push over the ridge. Sure, they potentially could have lost one, but they would have been in a really good position to try and finish off the fight, as Ace, with the seat swap mini shots, did so much damage there. Sadly wasn't able to convert it into a knock, but Skofa, Zembri there to punish. 2 knocks conceded for M-Force, make it 3 as Vorix goes down. Him and Ace get flushed out, and it leaves only Kleineman left up from M-Force. He goes down to Kubi, and that's going to be M-Force out of it in 12th position.
Oh, this was very unfortunate rotation for M-Force, as one of the vehicles, it hit the buggy, hit the rock just in front of the whole Team Diamond, so they had relatively easy 2 first kills, and they managed to confirm the other 2. Meanwhile, Diamond is continuing really strong against Team GMM, and here it happens now. What you were calling for, you were saying Team Diamond was a little bit too passive to get this position for themselves, and now they managed to confirm 2 more kills. It's looking relatively well for them. However, the zone is shifting away. They're going to have to fight Team Polish Power, which tried to third party that. However, they were a little bit too late to get into that equation, and right now Team Diamond is looking towards them.
Zembri looking out over the top, has himself that SK, but he's just not getting aggressive enough to really find anything on top of that Polish Power, having themselves a really nice compound to work with. Zembri actually was able to spot Box Bob out of the vehicle earlier. That was really nicely done there. Headshots all around. Surely he didn't find the second. He did? Wow. That is the downside of only having one observer. As good as Kovo is, sometimes we miss that action where it's just a drive-by or something that we don't expect, but really impressive to see that from those squads.
Absolutely. That's why we have these amazing replays that the production is able to put up for us. So thank you so much for that. These were amazing 2 kills for Jamboree as well. Was it? Yeah, Jamboree, right? So amazing performance so far for the team Diamond as well. However, they don't have a lot of playable areas. As we're seeing, they have top of the hills. However, team Polish Power are gonna be able to look their way. Also, let's not forget about Team Entropic, who are looking towards top of the zone, as they're going to have to move towards there as well. But meanwhile, let's see the fight between Team Snip and Team The Boys. So many smokes down. I think there are like 20 smokes down right now.
It certainly looks like it. You got to think it's more of a battle of whose PC's going to die first right now. As Robert goes down, Deco's there to watch the cross. Exvolution falls as well. It's nearly all but over for the boys as flashbangs are coming through onto Zico. Nixie's there for the side angle. Big damage onto Meisers. Not going to be able to convert it into a knock, but Hyman is certainly going to put in some work to take down Mika. Nicely done to slow it down, that push. Zico with the spray. Almost gets it, but it's Hyman in the end who does it. Nicely done. The boys almost all but out. There's still a chance, though, for Snip to fall if they're not careful, as Hyman gets peppered. He's taken down low, but it's not going to be enough. Kill your guys out of it, and that's the boy. The boy is narrowly missing out on placement.
What an amazing performance by Team Snip there. It's actually quite amazing that in this whole chaos of smokes that you're able to keep control over the gameplay so much that you don't lose even one player in the process. Meanwhile, Brix finds Krunier really nicely. He's going to have to pop off that first aid. Benko is trying to suppress the fire with a lot of stuns right now, as the rest of the Team Diamond are gonna probably peek over and try to get those knocks done. Brix trying to do what he can. Skofa gets knocked in the process. Nice
frag grenade from Knorky there, but right now it looks like war of utilities. Brix is trying to pick that. However, there is one anchor player left in at the back from the team Polish Power. It's just trying to prevent them from peeking at the top of the ridge, but Team Diamond has all 6 players left alive, and I just can't happen to notice that Team Polish Power is under a lot of pressure right now.
Brix there doing what he can to try and pepper down Cappy as he finally does it alongside BenQ, but it might just be a little bit too late as the flashbangs start to land through. Polish Power are clearly going to try and close the gap. Crunio, though, spotted out in the open. That could be his downfall as Embry's there to trade it out as now Team Diamond, they send Brix back, but it's too little too late as now Fade start to get involved from behind. Clemson's there with the knock, follows it up with the flush as well. Norkis out in the open, has himself a bit of a ridge, but Diamond, they need to focus on these players. They're being pushed from behind. They're being held out from the front. They need to land the sprays. Embry does and finishes off the job. That's going to be Polish Power out in 6th. 9 kills now from Team Diamond. You said you wanted a big performance from them. They must have heard it because they are stepping it up back to how they played in the qualifiers.
Yeah, absolutely, and especially if you're thinking about they managed to wipe the whole Entropic team as well at the same time, and then turn around towards Polish boys. Really great performance by Team Diamond here in very few minutes of action. They managed to get 9 kills for themselves, so great match right now. I mean, they're only down to 2 players, but they're going to be able to find a little area to work with on that southeastern side of the circle. However, let's not forget about Team Snip. They had amazing wipe of my boys in the compound where we had like tons of smokes happening. They're still continuing to put pressure on a lot of teams. And as I'm saying, this team stayed in a lot of trouble right now. They got 2 members knocked, and even though they're trying to put pressure back on the team hit, look here, last man standing on 30 HP, DNK trying to hold the angle, but Heat Gaming eliminated. Snip managed to third party this, and we're down to 4 teams left. Only Snip with 4 men. Good positioning for them. Look at the zone, look at the minimap. They have majority of the circle. They're controlling so much right now.
You really can't be knocking your teammate in a position like that. It was a 3 versus 1, and you just pretty much threw it all away. Really unfortunate there for Heat. I don't know what just happened, but that's not the way you want things to go. As Fade up on high, still with a solo. Luke is just going to be laying it down low. Team Snip, obviously the favorites, though. They've got a really long ridge to work with. They've got 4 players still standing. Plenty of DMRs to go along with this. Iman is going to be there to open things up. Double will be falling. Scofa still is a solo from Team Diamond. Realizes he needs to make a move. Tries to do a little bit of damage, but ends up taking it instead. So may just hop into the vehicle as soon as the zone is on his back and try and make something out of it. As Sinister, 15x MK. Not something you get to see too often, but there's a reason why. That thing is powerful, and he has proven it.
Yeah, he found a couple of headshots there. A lot of damage by we know Sinister. We call him Laser on a Balkan, and it's for a reason. Sinister is a great fragger. Managed to get a couple of knocks for himself and obviously, as you mentioned just now, Team Snip has amazing positioning. All 4 players, they're basically keeping all of these teams from getting into the zone. Team Diamond, it's just a matter of time before they get nuked down, because the rotation they have to make is so open, such an open area, and they're just landing really close to one of 2 Luke from Team Fade, who heard that rotation is going to try to get at least that 1 more kill, but Jembury managed to get a little bit closer, now pinched between Zico and Luke. Team Diamond eliminated on the 4th position. Luke managed to get 1 more kill, but now we're looking at Luke, who is going to lose his life. I just don't see it happening any other way, as Zico is just shooting towards him. So much control by Team Snip right now.
Team Snip finishing off Dedrix. Luke is still left up. Team Snip have to be a little bit cautious with their ammo, though. It seems like they didn't have much left to work with, but now as the flashbangs molly all land around, Hyman's there to finish off the job, and it's Team Snip with a 15-kill chicken dinner. There's still 1 more game to go, and it feels like every single team has shown up at one point or another, but there's still a couple at the bottom that maybe are yet to have that major performance.
Yeah, it's actually amazing to see so many teams performing so well. They have like so many teams having that super major chicken dinner with a lot of kills. That's why we have a lot of teams stacked on the top of the leaderboard with such a few points difference between them. And this is obviously going to mean a lot for Team Snip, who were sitting on a 9th position just before this match. And so many kills with the chicken dinner is going to mean they're going to jump just in that top company, maybe even top 4 after this match.
Yeah, really impressive performance from Team Snip. That'll jump them up on the leaderboard. Let's go back to the studio to see how the leaderboards are looking as we head into our final match of the evening.
Welcome back, our dear viewers. That was match number 5, so that was second game of Miramar. And we have Snip Gaming with, Snip Team with the victory. That was... you see, that's what I was talking about all of today, is that volatility. But enough about that. We'll speak about that in a moment when we get the leaderboards. But now I want to talk about Samsung Odyssey, and I want to thank them once again for obviously making this tournament happen, so all of us can enjoy these matches together, win some cool stuff. And I want to talk about the monitors a little bit. As you can see, there's the beautiful Samsung Odyssey G9 right there. You've probably been seeing it for, well, since the beginning. You can head over to www.samsungodysseymasters.com and you can actually find a suitable monitor for you over there, because these monitors are truly worthy of champions. And what can I say? You can see this beautiful monitor behind Tetka. Tetka do a little showcase.
And I'm doing abs. Come on, guys. Do you see it?
It's 49 inches. I mean,
it's huge.
I don't want to sound weird, okay? That's just the specifics, all right? Nobody in chat. Stay calm, guys.
It's beautiful, it's curved, and you want it. You know you want it.
Yes, pretty much. Yes. Well, I could imagine my setup, right, when I'm looking at it, how I would sort of pimp it up. It's really nice. I mean, this one also behind us, it is actually a gaming TV, so it's not a monitor, but I don't know if there's any of you out there who game on TVs, like, I envy you, but it depends. If you're going to be a professional player, obviously you need something different, right?
Yeah.
But you can go over to the website, check them all out, see maybe you can find something for yourself, because they truly are amazing.
Amazing. Let's talk about game number 4.
Sorry, I had to.
Yeah, I completely, yes, I embrace it. Do it. Let's talk about our 5th game. This is finals. This is the 5th game. We're seeing the same names all over again. We have
Fady.
Yes, we have Fady, we have Vikurvi. So we have all of those. We have Team Diamond once again, but let's check the leaderboards.
Yeah, let's see how
we're standing there. Yes.
Ooh, so Vikurvi actually sharing the number 1 spot with 57 points with Fady Gaming, who have had, so you see Vikurvi has done really a bit more of kills the last match and the previous matches, but Fady Gaming has those 2 consecutive chicken dinners, which has given some really nice points. So that's 20 points. Polish Power is still going strong, I must say, here on the 3rd spot. But it's starting to get a little bit, divided now. Starting to get a little bit of a division, because the points are getting further and further away from each other. But on number 4 spot, we have Snip Team, who have had plenty of kills the last match, and they have secured that chicken dinner. That's given them some points. And our other teams, Cryptova is at number 9. That's unfortunate. We're not seeing Entropic getting a chicken dinner yet. Hall of Game either, Team Diamond either, even though they've been putting out some skill out there, and we're seeing some great plays. And Stuckers, who actually got the first chicken dinner, if I'm
still on 10 kills. Like, they're not getting any.
Yes, they haven't gotten any, but I hope they will. Let's take a look at the kills, as you already said.
Yes. So we have double standing really firm with that 18 kills on spot number 1. On the second spot, we have Naileup, so nothing changed there, but we have Hyman?
No, just say the other way. Say the other way, please.
He's with the 12 kills. He's sharing it with Marsalek on the 4th spot. And on 5th, we still have our Nade Master, the Duff.
I actually think it's High Man.
Like, hi, man.
Yeah. Okay, well, Double still here on the number 1 spot. Looking at damage, pretty much all the same as well. High Man has gotten here into the top 5. He's on the 5th spot now. It's a little bit scrambled now. Marsalek is on the 4th. Naileup is on the 3rd, but Duff is now on the 2nd with 2.2k damage. Now we will see how this will develop. So we still have one more match to go.
One more
I want to see some more action. I want to see some more how do I say, some more teams like pushing for that chicken dinner, because it's still very, it's still very relative. You can't tell who might win the finals, right? But yeah, I think it's about time. I think we're all nervous and we're also eager to see. So after a short break, we're going back to Sansan and Chunks with match number 6, yes. Last match of the day.
Before we go, we just want to see our monitors in action. So check out what Samsung Odyssey has for us, and then game number 6.
They say I should feel guilty and change my ways, leaving crumpled bodies in my wake. Swear I didn't mean to make them break. Swear I didn't mean to make them break. But they're so delicate and so mundane, and they keep coming like a moth to a flame. Oh, some things never change, never change. You'll break your back to make me feel again. Suffocate to make me breathe again. Lose your mind from endless pain. Some things never change, never change. Oh, redemption.
One's a company, two's a crowd, three's a party coming, move around like fresh when the school is out, when the booze is up, when the sun is down. Enjoy the ride, get some pillows in the Chevy. Just like a darling, low hitting heavy. Take your time, let me know when you're ready. Couple months I've been messing with this steady. Open for plans tonight. Lost in the afterglow. Oh, girl, your love for me keeps calling me, so I'm calling you. Love, give me love to find. I long for your company. Oh, girl, your love for me is a part of me, my biology.
Final match of the evening coming up now. It's gonna be on Miramar. Sanson, we've spoken about teams that maybe struggled on Erangel, have come alive on Miramar. Do you think we're gonna see a repeat performance out of either of the squads that have won matches over here on Miramar, or is it too much of a toss-up and too many teams are just strong over here on Miramar to be able to get themselves those chicken dinners and really heavy fragging games?
I gotta be honest, so many teams are performing really well tonight, and we are seeing every single match, we are seeing a new team stepping up. Apart from Fade getting a double chicken dinner, all of the other teams, they're just collecting those points. If not with the chicken dinner, it's at least with the kills. And this is what our leaderboard is telling us right now. We have two teams sitting on top of the leaderboard with the same amount of total points. And I mean, the other teams are not so far behind. So we don't even know which team is going to end up at the first night on the first position. Everything is so close.
It really is. I mean, look, it's gonna be a close one no matter what, but I can't help but notice that over on Miramar, it feels like when a team does get a chicken dinner, it's with a hell of a lot more kills than we saw over on Erangel. Why do you think that is? Do you think it is just the terrain plays differently? Maybe putting yourself in a good position rewards a bit better on Miramar?
Yeah, it's definitely, I think it's the ability to be able to keep on staying alive because of all of those small ridges ahead of you. Like even if you get, we've seen that with the Team Diamond. They were getting into fight after fight on that hill, managing to just stay alive enough for the other team to not get as close to them as it would maybe be possible on Erangel. So definitely one of the advantages on a Miramar is being able to stay consistent, and somehow after you wipe one team, immediately find a little bit better position for yourself, maybe just another ridge, which Miramar is full of, unlike Erangel.
Yeah, it definitely feels like that. And also, we got some very, very awkward circles over on Erangel, some very open ones, it felt like. And maybe the dips and divots of Miramar could make a major difference there. But as we mentioned, it's our final game of the evening. We still have 6 more tomorrow. But if you're not at least in the top half of the leaderboard at the end of the tonight, you should be a little concerned.
Yeah, definitely. I was expecting, to be honest, I was expecting a little bit more for a couple of these teams. We obviously mentioned Tattoo Honeys before as well, a couple of times, but M-Force as well. They've been struggling to find their real form, at least tonight. And what you mentioned, if they're not going to be able to close off with one huge game, at least with this last one tonight, they're going to have a very tough time getting close to those top 4 teams on the leaderboard.
Yeah, it's going to be a rough one now as, well, we see how the zone is going to pop in about 15 seconds. But for now, it doesn't look like it's going to be the case. M-Force heading over to the west. Kleineman in a little bit of a precarious position, I think it's fair to say. I do not like this one bit. He's completely surrounded by beer.
Yeah, Kleineman in a really tough position. Interesting drops they decided to do. Maybe he went for the car first. I see Vorix is coming a little bit closer to him, but they decided to do a north to south split. Interesting one. They're just between a couple of players from a beer as well. I mean, obviously it is a couple of 100 meters away from them, but if one of these teams are going to be a little bit more aggressive, I mean, the fight can definitely happen. And we're talking about the teams which are not that high on the leaderboard either. Beer fellas on 12th position, M-Force on 13th position, so they want to get at least a couple of points on the kill. So I mean, it's still a long shot, but I mean, what's there to loot, especially for Team M-Force? I mean, I gotta be honest, for them, it's not looking too well when it comes to loot, at least from Vorix and Kleineman there. But I mean, Ace and Dogzer from M-Force, they're gonna be able to get a little bit more. But if Team Beer decides to push a little bit outside of the Minas Generales, it's gonna be a tough one for Vorix and Kleineman. They obviously seen them landing there. I mean, they were looking around for sure, so they know the positioning of the players. However, it just boils down to the point: are Beer active team enough? Are they aggressive and active team enough to be able to maybe take advantage of 4 versus 2?
Now, down on that southern side, though, we see the zone, only really 3 teams inside it. It's going to be a brutal one. I do worry about these northeastern teams actually making their way in. Hall of Game are a team that I think have been very surprising tonight. Their placement may not have always been the best, but they've been putting out some serious numbers in terms of kills and a lot of damage, a lot of knocks. But as far as I'm aware, we haven't seen them pick up a chicken dinner yet. So I'm excited to see whether they're a squad that can maybe move forward. Speaking of moving forward, Nixie just edging his way forward, up above Boynius from Stuckers, but he may end up actually getting saved here by DNK from Team Heat if he gets spotted out.
He's a very, very aggressive player. He's known to push very early. If he spotted some of the players being close, landing close, he's gonna loot super fast and gonna try to make a play on that player for sure. DNK here trying to make a difference with, I mean, it would definitely end up being on the highlights if he got knocked with Car 98 there on Ironside, but I mean, Nixie is a player who just likes to get into certain fights if it's possible, and if he notices it might be a 1-versus-1, he might even take a chance. But I mean, obviously, when you hear Car 98 shooting at you and you don't know what scope that person has, he knows that maybe with the DMR he doesn't have that much of a chance. So maybe he's going to opt to not peek that after all. Hyman here in a rotation. He tried to get towards the compound where Stuckers also, I feel like, playing, let me check the map a little bit. Stuckers doing a white split now at the beginning of the game. They have a couple of prior compounds right now, but I mean, for sure, a couple of these teams are going to get really close to them.
Snip using this hillside for everything it's worth, but Nixie has been spotted out by Bakova right there. Sorry, by Vikova? I always forget that name. It's a tough one for me. Vikovi. That's it. Thank you, Kovo. I know for a fact he switched to double intentionally there just to be nice to me. But there it is. It is going to be Vikovi moving up, and they did take a couple shots over at Snip, so it's going to be interesting to see how Snip decide to respond. Are they going to remain this split with players up on the hill, or are they going to consolidate it down at the compound, maybe with Sinister? It looks like for now, they're just going to remain how they were. They're confident. They don't think they're going to be getting pushed, so they don't need to really worry right now. I think the teams that do need to worry, though, are going to be up to the northeast. They have a serious rotation ahead of them. And while it may look like a very clean path, I think these teams may just second-guess themselves. Think, oh, Power Grid's going to be taken. Picardo's going to be taken. Let's just go dead center because no one else is going to be there. And that's where the real problems are going to occur.
Yeah, definitely. And one of the teams that you were speaking about just at the beginning of this match, Team Hawk, has the hugest rotation. They're reloading partially Campo, Militar, and Tora Humada. Their rotation is going to be really hard. Probably going to rotate all the way from the north towards the highway on the western side, but it's a long way to go. They're going to have to switch their cars maybe a couple of times because the gasoline is getting burned really fast on the travel distance like this. Meanwhile, Kryptova rotating towards the middle as well. They have been looting Pecado quietly, but now they're going directly towards the location of Team Vic and Snip, and potentially if they don't scout this well, they might even get too close. For example, Rasia here, which maybe just decided to rotate a little bit on the left as I was speaking. So they're going to play a little bit of a split for now. And a lot of teams right now are opting for a split. Obviously, the zone is like that it allows them. We're talking about Miramar. It's way easier to have more playable areas, unlike on Erangel, which we talked about earlier, on a lot of ridges. So potentially one little mountain can hold multiple teams if that's the case. And right now, a lot of other teams are rotating into the safe M4s as well, which we expect more from, definitely. Rotating all the way from Los Leones. Team Beer just behind them. At the end, they did not early fight as we maybe thought they will. Diamond on the rotation as well as a Fade, just as well as Fade, who are rotating all the way from the north side. And you're right, they're probably going to go towards Power Grid and maybe even towards Montenuevo and try to find their place in the new safe.
We'll see. I mean, obviously quite a bit of time now before any real changes happen, anything major happens right now. I think it is just going to be a case of everyone settling down for the time being. Obviously, the teams out on the edge still need to make their way in, but I think for now, most teams don't need to worry too much. I will say, though, that Team Kryptova maybe should, as Two Honeys start to push their way through. You can see the seat swap attempt come out. Senix wasn't able to land the spray. The fence clearly just at the worst possible angle, but Duffy actually going to be running over his own teammate before Mr. Lucky goes down as well. This could be detrimental here to Tattoo Honeys if Froggy's able to find the headshot, which is exactly what he does. The knock comes down onto Michael. 3 players remain from Kryptova, but they need to group up. Why are they not together right now? Roycia finally a little bit late alongside Bibin to salvage this, but but they were in the perfect position to capitalize. As soon as they saw Tattoo Honeys moving through, they should have been on this compound. In comes the seat swap. He gets taken out of it. That's unfortunate. Bibbin tries to move around the side, opens up with a spray under the vehicle, does the damage. No kill coming through, though. As Duffy flushes up yet another time for Cryptova to try and catch them in a pinch, but there's vehicle cover either side.
It's a tough one for Tattoo Honeys as they got eliminated on the 16th position, but you were right. I mean, Cryptovat, it took a long time for the rest two teammates to join this fight, and that is the problem. That is the trouble for a lot of teams we were speaking about earlier on when you're playing split, and they played quite a big split. I mean, it was a couple of 100 meters away, and it was very tough response. And unfortunately, even though they wiped the whole squad, they are left on only 2 players. And it's going to be a little bit harder for them than for other teams. Meanwhile, a BPH team, which doesn't have a good night tonight, only 7 points for them, but maybe they're going to be able to capitalize on this knock on Stealthy. Maybe they're going to be able to get a good game for themselves. They're sitting on as I said, on the last position. They have a good area to work with. They're on the northern side, the team that is sitting on the northern side of the circle, but this circle is probably going to shift away, maybe even not. They have a lot of playable area right now. Now Team Hog under a lot of pressure by Friday as Vasco tried to get a rest off there. Now Vasco is gonna be trying to get away from this, but he got third-partied by a Niloop. Niloop is, I think, Niloop might be the stealer #1 tonight in the lobby. He has been getting those knocks so efficiently. Unbelievable.
Let's see how much he's really going to be able to do off of a zone like this, though, because it is going to be tricky. Moving up to Monte Nuevo, it's going to be a hard one for these teams to try and navigate. You can see the curvy start to move in right now as Marbo takes down Zembri. Scofa is left standing. That nade is close, though, and 1 bullet is all that was needed to finish him off. Dedrix finds himself the knock, and, well, Team Diamond, no real point of even attempting a revive right there, as they only have 1 player left up. It's going to be BenQ. He's all out on his own. But Cryptova is starting to rotate, and this could cause some issues. Thankfully for BenQ, though, they're going to go off to the fields and potentially make a crash into one of these hay bale buildings that we definitely always forget the name of. So right now, just crash in, and, well, Cryptova actually opted not to do that. I'm really confused where Cryptova are going now. It looks like they might just send it into Monty.
Yeah, it seems like they're sending into Monty a couple of nice areas there. Maybe even on that house where one of the boys is Mika is holding the rotation right now. Bibin trying to get a little bit area for himself, but Mika, amazing angle for him. And this is one player, let's for Cryptova, as Progi is going to just continue driving a little bit more north. You were confused as where Cryptova is trying to go, but it seems like they are confused a little bit as well. Meanwhile, Ivas managed to knock down his teammate, a Niloop, in the process. I don't know what happened there, but a little bit trouble for Entropic there. Entropic started really, really strong tonight, but right now they're sitting on the 5th position. First match was the strongest one for them, and they're probably looking into trying to get some more points in this match, so they're a little bit so they catch up with top of the leaderboard. Actually, they have 40 points, 17 points behind the first place. So I mean, obviously, as I said, for so many teams right now, this match can mean so much. They can put like 5-6 teams can potentially, with one good match, with this last good match, can take over the first place on the leaderboard.
We did see Cryptova. They fell. The player hopped out while in the vehicle and ended up going down to full damage. That's them out in 15th. Look, it gives them extra time to review VODs before tomorrow. Think about the positives. As now Snip, well, they don't want to be doing VOD review anytime soon. They want to pick up these kills, but I think they realized that Heat have players in here. They backfilled and they played a relatively safe area, but now Prorix is there, and this nade could be absolutely massive if it connects in the way he certainly hopes it will. Unfortunately, though, it's just going to be a little bit short. Maybe the Molotov will have more successes now. The rest of Heat throw down all of the util that they currently have. It's still not connecting, though, and unfortunately for them, Snip might just be able to make the cross. The damage lands, so it will slow them down a little, but they should be able to at least start gaining control of this compound until Prorix comes round and tries to catch them in a pinch.
Yeah, if you know something about Team Sneap, that is they are doing extremely well in the chaos when there are so many smokes down. As we can see, still 4-man standing Prorix here, very low right now, but he's gonna be able to. Oh my God! Sinister managed to flick this and got Prorix killed in the process. The tides are shifting. It looks like Sneap are going to put a lot of pressure right now on the last two members up from Heat. Frager and Ribbons are going to have a really tough time trying to hold this building down, as there's so many windows, there's so many angles where all that utility can fly from. And as I'm saying that Ribbons stayed the last man standing for his team, he's not going to be able to get the rest of. He can only hope he's going to be able to hold some of the angles. He finds one. Is he going to find another one? Oh, while I'm saying this, he tried to do anything he can, but the force Sneap has been going so strong. And I mean, we just gotta congratulate them. Great takeover of this compound.
Now, though, the circle has all but promised us Monte Nuevo as bricks. Oh, nice little spray onto double, but Dedrick's there for the trade. That's going to be Diamond losing yet another player, I believe, down to just a solo now with quite a ways to make it into zone. M-Force, though, also going to be making a crash into Monte Nuevo as they do get over to safety. There's only really two teams left with major rotations ahead of them, and actually M-Force going to be taking a decent amount of damage there. Gadrilla is able to find the knock. Can he find the second onto Vorix? It doesn't look like it, but Karks from the off angle could also do some damage.
Yeah, Karks and Gondrilla trying to put a little bit of pressure towards Team M-Force, who did the right decision. They sent the cars, they just went all in, and now they're gonna be able, when the circle pops away, they're gonna be able potentially to hold off rotations from players from Team Hog as well. So decent location for them right now, but I did not see a lot of circles ending up on the location where Team M-Force is right now. So it's still a long way to go with 42 alive and 13 teams alive. It's a tough one. Team Sneap managed to rotate into the save from the south side as well. Team Vic rotating all the way from the east. Diamond down to only one player, unfortunately. Benko is going to try to make his way in. Fate sitting in a really nice compound for themselves. Team Entropic as well sitting in the middle of the zone. And now it seems like teams that are sitting in Monte Nuevo, they're looking really good right now. Unlike Proji, who is looking like he's going to... Oh, and the car just on him. Quite a bit.
I love that replay. I love that because it looked to me like maybe he just jumped out of the car, but no, he actually did blow himself up. Unfortunate there, but it was kind of expected as a solo. You're being peppered from all around. You're down to low HP. The vehicle's going to blow up. I think you know how your fate is going, but credit to him for trying to make something out of it. The circle gets ready to close through as the Curvy out on that. He should be okay for now. If this pulls up to the northwest, though, it's going to be a problem for a lot of teams. Not the northwest, but the northeast. And now everyone on the south is going to have to push through Monte Nuevo or go for a really wide wrap and try to get control of a compound.
Yeah, definitely. So many teams rotating right now from the south. Team Snip going the same rotation as... actually, they decided to go... They're sending it into the Monte Nuevo. Interesting decision by the Team Snip as M-Force rotated all the way around towards those hangars just above Monte Nuevo. But it's going to be a tough one for them because they're trying to go between Team BPH and Team GM. Meanwhile, also Team Hall of Game, they managed to find Vorix, which was the last man standing here for Team M-Force. The rest of his teammates managed to get into the hangars as we're speaking, but Grindmore doesn't want to let them get this. They're having the numbers, they're having the advantage. 4 versus 2. It's going to be a very tough one for M-Force.
Now they try and defend, just Grindmore just posted up. They have some nasty little angles here. I love the way that they're using it, but it seems like M-Force not really trying to get over aggressive. It looks like they are going to play a little bit slower and just let Grindmore come to them, which is probably the best play when you're in a player disadvantage. You don't want to be getting over aggressive. You don't want to be taking those really aggressive fights, and unless you have 4 players up, which right now M-Force don't have the luxury of. Phase 4 going to be closing through, and I just wonder, are Grindmore going to push, or do they just kind of halt it here and think, okay, we've got a position, we're not getting pushed, let's just stay here?
I mean, the zone is going to shift away anytime soon. So at some point, they're going to have to get into the fight. I just don't see M-Force deciding to leave the whole team behind their back without trying to at least somehow stop them. Meanwhile, I wanted to talk a little bit before they get into the fight. If nothing connects, I want to talk a little bit about Entropic. They were sitting in the middle of the zone. However, they're just on the last man standing, middle of the zone, but not the best area to be at because it's just a little shack and a couple of hay bales around. But maybe they were hoping to hold that position as long as they can. Meanwhile, Team Vic with 2 men down on their knees. Was this a knock by the vehicle, or I did not manage to see what happened there on the kill feed? However, okay,
no, I think that has something to do with it right there. The fact that Verzik is able to hit these shots is really impressive. I mean, I think it has something to do with the solo who was dead over there. Maybe he was able to get some opening knocks before actually being knocked on the rotate. Maybe we can get a replay of that later on and see exactly what happened. Stuckers, they've got Boynias left up. He tries to get over to safety, but whole of game have just been playing this so slowly, so carefully. Karks is going to be able to find his first kill of the game. That's the 3rd for the team now. As they try to make it through, they may only have 3 points, but they've also got Montana Nuevo to get through now with not really much in terms of meds or squad members for that matter.
They're going to be able to get into the zone on the south side of Montenuevo, but we gotta, if we look at the circle, they're going to keep on getting pushed towards north, and they have Team Snip just in front of them. They have Stuckers on the right side. They also have so many. This is what we were trying to see, this replay. Team Diamond got eliminated on the 13th position. But, I mean, what was I saying about the Team Hog? It's going to be a tough one for them because, I mean, they have to go through the Team Snip, which are already partially across the road, as well as Zico already crossed, and he's going to give a lot of support towards his teammate and teammates. And now we're seeing a fight, Nixie versus Godrilla and Karks. He's alone in the building, but we know what kind of fragger Nixie is, and I feel like they do not want to get into the fight just yet, but it's just a matter of time before some shots are open.
Yeah, it's a question of, even if you don't want to get into a fight, how do you respond when it inevitably happens? Because in a position like this, you're just not going to have a choice in the matter, unfortunately, as now the zone closes through. Dedrick's getting knocked on the rotate. For Kirby, just getting pinned down. Luke V spamming with that Mini 14, but just can't land any shots this time around. Polish Power lose 1, as QB could cause some major issues if he tries to throw a frag grenade, but it doesn't look like he has one in hand right now. So for Kirby, might just be able to survive this.
Yeah, Kubi was also on 20-ish HP. I think he got a headshot from somewhere while this rotation was happening, and now Free Kill and Marbo are going to be able to get some smokes down and maybe just temporarily protect themselves. Meanwhile, Kubi on a very low HP. He's getting under a lot of pressure from multiple sides as well. He's sitting in the middle of the circle, but as I said before, it's quite an open field, so he's just playing for the getting some points for positioning for position there, because whenever he peeks, he's getting shot from at least one side. Meanwhile, Team Beer trying to play this edge of the zone, still have this ridges to play, and looking decently for them, because if they stay alive on top of the hill, they're gonna be able to play at least for the next zone. But Team the boys are just not gonna let them to have that so easily. So Meister here trying to find those headshots, maybe Kiliakai as well. But Team Beer getting sandwiched right now as we speak. Fade managed to find a couple of knocks from the back, and right now Team Beer super pinched.
Kiliakai posted up, tries to throw the Molotov, but it just doesn't seem to connect as Meister's still off to the side. I don't think the boys have realized that they've actually backed off onto the other side of this ridge, so the boys don't really have to get aggressive right now. Beer fellas are just going to lay prone. Verzik going to be the last one up, tanking so much blue damage, barely inside right now as the zone, well, it centers up, and it's pretty open, I think it's fair to say. The Curvy are in a very good position in terms of the zone placement, but every team is looking in their direction. Well, you got to think a crash is just a matter of seconds away.
Yeah, absolutely. Meanwhile, Team M-Force tried to get into the safe, and they managed to hold off the whole team on their own, if I'm not mistaken. But now they're going to have a really tough rotation. Only Kleinemann left, and there's a huge open area in front of him. He has to cross the road while BPH is looking his direction, and it's just a matter of time before he loses his life as well. We didn't talk a lot about Team Polish Power, who have been having a really nice position for themselves. This is the first time the circle rotated away from them, so they're going to have to get out in the open area as well. And you're right, only Team Vic has some playable area right now. However, with seeing so many teams alive on the south side, you can't happen but think it's just a matter of time before all of them try to crash that last premium position on the map.
Spray comes through. M4's just farming out damage right there. Beautifully done from Kleinemann to be able to clean that one up. That's 6 kills individually there. Amazing spray onto the vehicle to shut things down. That's the kind of performance that M-Force need more of, but it's going to be hard when they only have one player left up. We'll see, though. Hyman clearly knows that Hall of Game have a player ready to make the cross, so he's doing everything he can to try and hold as the boys finish off Kleinemann. That's M-Force out in night. They may have got 6 kills, but this time around not getting any placement.
It was a super tough position, and I was actually, I mean, getting that 1 versus 4 for Kleinemann, it was all you could hope for, considering the position he was at. Team Fade, meanwhile, they have couple of smokes down, couple of ridges, maybe tiny ones, but those ridges mean nothing when the boys still have the top of the hill, and it's just a matter of time before Fade gets into a lot of trouble right now. I don't know how much utility they have, but if the boys continue putting pressure on them, and I don't see why they shouldn't, they're going to get into a lot of trouble. Meanwhile, Polish Power is also out of the compound. They have the other side of the ridge, a little bit more safer area, considering the location of the boys as well. But right now, a lot of frags are flying both sides between Team PP and Fade, and right now Fade is only down to 1 player, which is super, I mean, it's a super tough position. It was just a matter of time before we lose them, because Team TB from the hill and Team Polish Power from another side, it was a really tough one for them. Meanwhile, Godrilla is continuing to do a lot of trouble towards Team Snip. They both amazingly managed to cross that road, and now they managed to eliminate Team Snip, which had 3 players. So right now, it's still looking okay for Team Hog. Unbelievable performance, considering they had to cross the road, and they could have been easily held by Team Snip.
Look at this from Kleinemann now. Look at that replay. The headshots, body, doesn't matter. He's got that many. He's farming out the damage. Finds 3 of them. And then the spray onto the final player. That was just insane to watch there. It's a shame that he got taken out, because with rat plays like that, you want to see him in the end game. You want to see those Luke 12 plays. If anyone remembers that from what last week, you know. There's Kilyakai looking out with the shots down the hill. Meisters has made a push, but the Molotovs all starting to land. He ends up actually getting shot with a Molotov in hand and almost flushes himself out. Karks, though, is more than happy to sponge up the point instead, as now the boys start to defend a rotate of their own. It looks like Polish Power going for yet another crash.
Yeah, Polish Power, I mean, they don't have a lot of options, right? Players are shooting at them from multiple angles, and we can see Micah here having clear shots towards them. Meanwhile, one of the last players from Stuckers went prone, but he just does not see that Kilyakai has a very good overview of whatever is going on. It's looking really well for the boys. I gotta be honest, it's a shame we lost a Meister there with the Molotov in his hand, because it was a really close call to wipe the team. We could have been in the middle of that, in that check in the playable area, and that would leave a lot of playable area for team for the boys. But right now they have to go down the hill. I don't know how much utility they have. Kilyakai got knocked in the process as well. It was a trade, it seems, between Marbo and Kilyakai, and it's just looking very interesting. Look at this. Look at this rest in the middle of the open. If one of the players from Polish Power picks this, maybe this black smoke is kind of helping them. Very interesting to see that they managed to pull this rest off.
Gonna be a rough one. Kai goes down. Free kill. Gonna be able to salvage that one out. The boys. Only one first aid kit to work with here for Mike as he tries to close down the distance. More Molotov surely gonna come through. It seems like this one gonna be a little bit far, however, as Micah will be able to get that heal off. Polish Power there just gonna be waiting and listening for this to go down. Micah goes down. Crunio's there for the trade though. Marbo gonna be getting eliminated. It is a 1 versus 2 now. Free kill up against 2 from Polish Power, but the revive is immediately going to come out and will equalize things a little. That's if they've got meds to even work with right here. The last first aid kit here from the Curvy is going to be getting popped. Free kill doesn't even have a helmet to work with right now. This is brutal. Norkis is off to the side. Sure, they still have Crunio anchoring, but they need to get Crunio into the zone in the same way that Norkis is. Damage comes through, but not really effective damage as they're able to just back off, let those boosts take effect. More Molotovs coming through as Crunio actually going to try and blow up the vehicle by the looks of things as Norkis has managed to get his way dead center in this circle.
Yeah, Crunio was taking so much time trying to anchor for Knorky there. Knorky had some pretty nice angle, but he didn't manage to capitalize on the sneaky play he managed to do in the process. So we are still looking at the 2 versus 2. I hope Crunio has a vehicle, because otherwise it's going to be a tough one for him if Team Vic is looking his way. However, he manages to sneak up on this side, and now Team Vic Kurvi under a lot of pressure right now. It looks like a really nice frag, and free kill gets knocked in the process. Marbo last man standing for a week, and he's gonna try to go for a rest. Very interesting decision, or maybe not. He's gonna try to pop off their first aid as Knorky's trying to get the angle, and it seems like it's a mission impossible for Corky there, and 10 kills for Polish Power. Really nice ending of the game there. I thought maybe for a second Crunio was taking too much time trying to get those suppressed shots, but at the end they managed to find some really nice angles. They pushed that really nicely, and they got themselves a deserved chicken dinner.
Really impressive indeed. 10 kills to go alongside it. To be able to clutch that out with only 2 players was really impressive. It looked for a second like they maybe would struggle with only 1 player inside the zone, but being able to use that hay bale to break the line of sight, close the distance, and get both players in, well, it just meant that as soon as that nade landed through, they got the opening knot. They were able to surround the shack, pinch the back of it. Really well played. Look, that's our final game of the evening. We're going to be taking a very short break, but we will be back in just a couple minutes.
I was just trying to get rid of the fly, you know?
We were completely not ready for this part.
No, it was. That's exactly what I wanted to do.
All planned, you guys.
Welcome back, guys. Welcome back.
Yes,
it is the end.
Yes, the end of day 1 and game 6. We
Day
have still one more day to come, but yes, end of game 6. What do you think?
What do I think?
Yes, we have Polish Power.
I'm pretty satisfied with Polish Power winning the chicken dinner, because I believe some things will have changed now on the leaderboard. We will see that just in a couple of moments, but I enjoyed last game, really. That zone near Monte Nuevo, I think it was pretty nice to see. I mean, we saw something crazy, actually.
A lot of crazy.
Are you thinking what I'm thinking?
The Kleineman?
Yeah, the Kleineman. Somebody,
Kleineman.
I mean, the Kleineman pulled the Kleineman, let's say.
Sort of.
Killed all 4, best after hop.
Yes.
Poor lads. They were about to get away, get in their vehicle.
They were on a road trip, but no.
Like, you ain't got anything.
9. Yes, and of course there was Copy with that nice nade that I believe knocked 2 of Fady's teammates, and they actually were eliminated afterwards. And some crazy fights for the last game. I'm excited. I'm excited to see the leaderboard.
I don't want to speculate, but
Don't
I think Polish Power
jinx it.
made quite a difference on the leaderboard right now. So guys, that's just day number 1. Tomorrow we still have 6 more matches to go. It's not the end of the world for everybody. There's still a lot of breathing room. There's still a lot of changes there that can be done. It's pretty volatile. If you ask me, today we really saw a lot of different things that we weren't expecting to see. For one, we expected Team Entropic to have a little bit more of an output, you know, with the kills, maybe get a chicken dinner here and there, but unfortunately they didn't. I mean, they did get the kills. They stayed pretty tightly, you know, up in the leaderboard. But they're actually our season 1 champions, right? So it was natural that they would want to defend the title, per se. But yeah, everybody else seemed to be really, you know, fired up.
Yeah. And Tropic did start really good. I believe in the first game. It was like, oh, this is gonna be this triage. It's gonna be it. We're gonna see like 2 days of Entropic saying, nope, this is our title. Everybody, thank you for playing. Bye-bye. But clearly it didn't happen. We just seen it in the first game. Later on, they're nowhere to be found. At one point, they were eliminated on the 13th spot, something like that. But yeah, we don't want to make them feel bad. There's still a chance on day 2. Yes.
Or anything. But it was nice to see, for example, Snip.
Yes.
Chicken dinner, get those points. They literally jumped from number 9 spot to
like fifth, I think fifth or fourth, something like that. Yeah.
And it was nice to see definitely those nades from Duff. Beatty. Oh my goodness, that match was.
That was amazing.
Team Diamond, as well, we saw from relegations and from group stage, we saw how nady they can get.
Yes.
Zambury.
Yes, absolutely.
Oh my goodness.
Absolutely. I think Zambury had an amazing double kill as well there. But I'm so proud of the guys coming from relegations because they almost didn't make it. If there's if there's no more, if there were only groups and nothing else, like, okay, you have to pass the group, you have to be in the number 2 spots, then you go to the finals, they wouldn't be here with us today. So I'm so happy about them. But I'm not gonna jinx them. Nope, I'm not still doing it. Yeah.
It's actually pretty high up on the leaderboard in their group, but they didn't manage to get through. And then what happened in relegations, you guys also.
Yeah.
It was just amazing.
Yes.
But I believe the leaderboard's ready. So
let's check it out.
Take a look. What has changed? What hasn't changed? Okay, Polish Power is now on number 2 with 64 points. Nice. We have 36 kills, 1 chicken dinner. B Kirby now on the number 1 spot. Fady, as we were just talking about them, Fady Gaming, chicken dinner, 60 points. Snip Team now solid on the 4th spot. I think the first 6 get a prize.
Yes.
Prize pool. So we're looking at Entropic there at number 6, Hall of Fame at number 5. Everybody else, we saw some nice plays, we saw some nice games, as we saw Heinemann from M-Force getting those 4 kills. But sadly, we are not seeing Tattoo Honeys, Fast Food Alcohol, Heat, Beer Palace, which is actually Gifted You Rage, and Grindmore, of course. It is tough. We will see what they can do tomorrow, but let's take a look at the kills. Final kills for today. Double still on number 1 spot, 19 kills. Second is Nylup, still pretty much the same. Highman on the 3rd spot, 13 kills. And Duck from Fady, 12 kills on the 4th spot. And we have Marceleg on 5th spot with 12 kills. So it's pretty much all the same, just a little bit scrambled. Couple of kills, plus minus here and there. Let's take a look at the damage.
Okay, let's check it out. Mr. Kobe is hitting the number 1 spot with 2,530 damage dealt. Then we have Double. Following him is his teammate Free Kill. Then we have Nylup and Hogs Godrilla on the 5th spot. Now, guys, we'll announce the MVP, but not right now. We're gonna take a short break of 5 minutes, and then we'll be back in the studio, and we will tell you who is our MVP and getting 500 euros. I almost said 1,000. I got overly excited there. Almost, but it's worth it, yes. So, guys, let's take a short break, and we'll be back.
wings. I owe you a trip, cause me and you, we got a thing. My sunshine state, hair curly like a string. Just a big ol' ooh, smile, that's about all you gotta bring. So enjoy the ride, got some pillows in the Chevy.
Twice, same song, but brand new dance. I wear out my third second chance. You take my breath and I can't get it back. Might be time for me to face the facts. The best me is with you, but I know I got a lot to prove. They think we're too damaged to fix, but we're just working through a little rust. They like to say we're just young, but I know we won't give this up. Sometimes I lose my mind, and some days it's hard to find the reason why you stay by my side. You and I break our hearts open in half just to see if we'll put them back. No matter what they try, I'll stay by your side. It's you and I. It's you and Was it the voice? Was it the fire burning in me? All of the noise turned into choirs of harmony. Find me in the corner of the room, not ready to resume, 'cause like I'm taking. Don't wanna be alone, but I'm not feeling strong. I'm looking to the light.
Welcome back once again to the studio, dear viewers. We have an announcement.
And it's a beautiful one. We have been waiting this whole day to announce our first MVP of 500 euros. Do you know who it is, Amy? Don't play with me. You know. You know.
Maybe a little birdie, flown into the studio right now and told me who the MVP is. So, MVP of Samsung Odyssey Masters Season 2 Finals Day 1 is...
This is a drum roll.
From Team Entropic are lucky, well, not lucky, you have to work for it.
Mm-hmm.
Well, I believe luck was a factor as well, but he did a really good job. So congratulations, Nyla. You're probably watching this right now. You did a really good job. We enjoyed watching you play. And that was 500 euros. Sound pretty good. So that's our MVP for day 1. For day 2, we'll have another one. And now we're actually going on to our interview with Nyla.
Yes.
So, Shanson and Chunks, take it away.
Yep, that's it. We are here with our Pay Safe Card MVP, the one and only Nail-Up. How are you feeling after tonight, after a really strong performance in all departments, putting out the damage, surviving till the late game consistently?
I mean, I'm not feeling really good because my team is not where it should be, but we still have one more day to catch up because we're obviously here to win this tournament. But I don't really feel like I was just in good place at a good moment, so I was I stole a lot of kills, that I remember, but that happened because I got stolen 4 kills in first or second game. Then I decided that I'm gonna steal a little bit then.
Yeah, but it's not only about stealing the kills. Obviously, you need to have right positioning, right? You need to have great game sense to be able to find yourself on a great position where you can have overview of all these teams fighting. I wanted to ask you, can you give us a quick recap on? You obviously say you expect more from your team on the leaderboard. What can you tell us a little recap on what was going on in these couple of games? Why are we not seeing you on top of the leaderboard right now?
Starting from the first game, it was pretty good. We got second place with 12 kills or something like that. So it was pretty good. But other 4 games or 5 games, we were just keep chasing the circle from first to 5th, 6th, and then we died at 8th position or even worse. And this last game, we got kind of unlucky. We just we lost Luca at the beginning, and then I died in rotation as well, and that was the game where we should have been if we should have been 3 or 4 up, we would probably win that game. But it's just how it is. Gotta step it up for tomorrow and play better.
Well, look, you as an individual played extremely well. A lot of people in chat rooting for you tonight. Do you have anything to say to those people that are really supporting you, cheering you on?
Yeah, thanks everyone for cheering for us, and sorry for not that best performance that we know that we can where we can be. We're gonna try to catch up tomorrow and finish strong, hopefully win. So yeah, thanks to Entropic, thanks to Entropic fans, and see you tomorrow.
Yep, I mean, it's still one more day to go. Nail-Up, thank you so much for joining us. Enjoy that 500 euros, courtesy, of course, of a save card. That's it for us tonight, though. We're going to head off. Let's head it back to the studio to wrap things up.
Thank you so much, Samsung and Sean.
Yes.
Thank you, Nyla, for coming out and answering some of our questions. Congratulations to you once again. And yeah, I want to say good job to everybody today.
Yes, absolutely. Congratulations to all of the teams. We are one step closer to day number 2, to the finals, to finding out who's gonna be and take the title of our second season of Samsung Odyssey Masters. And we are really happy and excited about today, and we're really excited about tomorrow. So guys, join us tomorrow at the same time, at the same place. And see ya at day 2, the grand finale.
I have to, before we go, I have to thank Samsung Odyssey for making this tournament happen, and of course our dear partners Play Safeguard and Visual S for supporting the tournament, for providing some of the giveaways for you. And yeah, see you tomorrow.
See ya,
7
guys.
p.m. CET, day 2 of Samsung Odyssey Masters Season 2 Finals. Good night.
I've been getting out of bed these past few days. Think it's fair to be proud about it.